and I joined Norfolk County after 11 years of work in the public sector with your region and city of Toronto, where I successfully delivered $10 to $15 million every year. In my first 2 months with Norfolk, I met with various internal and external stakeholders and peers, reviewed a significant amount of data and recommendations, and completed site visits to all water and wastewater facilities. This enabled me to quickly understand where we are today, why we're here, and where we have to be within 10 years after the interurban program is fully implemented. With continuous consultation and collaboration, I was able to restructure the program in a way that allows for a gradual 4-phase approach, implementation, and align our program procurement strategy with our delivery priorities. The first RFP for Townsend and Simcoe was developed and reissued early March, and actually is closing as we speak. As of Friday last week, Norfolk and Haldimand counties have a final.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I think we're having technical difficulties on our end. Just give me one moment.
It might be.
Sorry, Mariana, we live stream onto the TV, and I don't think that our cable channel is airing it correctly. I'm sure everybody's anxious to see your presentation.
No problem. I'm here, ready.
Sorry about that. If you'd please continue.
All right. So I was saying the first RFP for Townsend Simcoe was developed and reissued early March, and it closes today. As of Friday last week, Norfolk and Haldimand have a final draft water supply agreement that is being reviewed by both parties and is expected to be brought to both councils before the summer recess in June. The draft agreement is based on the principle presented in the previous report to council in 2021. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the key players who provided input and support throughout this process, starting with the mayor and CEO offices, senior leadership team, and ending with my engineering peers. A special thank you goes to the environmental services managers and operators who took the time to provide me with tours to all facilities. Engineering, planning, finance, and purchasing managers have also been very supportive and instrumental in the successful development of the delivery plan and the first RFP for the Townsend Simcoe interconnection that closes today as we speak. Before I dive into the actual updates, I just want to reinforce the program objectives and put the program into context under strategic priority number 3, building and maintaining reliable quality infrastructure. The program is designed to achieve 4 equally important objectives, including delivering high-quality water to Norfolk residents and businesses, ensuring emergency fire flows at all times in all urban centers, securing sufficient water to service 2041 projected growth and beyond, and lastly but not the least, building reliable infrastructure with a service life of 50 to 100 years for many generations to come. Pardon me. The conceptual design for all projects is based on cost-effective solutions that employ innovative technologies and best-in-class materials, equipment, and control systems. The program benefits will be noticed as soon as the first interconnection will be placed into service in Simcoe. At that time, we'll be able to accommodate growth, handle peak demands and fire events without shocking the distribution system or the supply to all areas. We're going to be able to better monitor water consumption through smart meters and flow monitoring at the key points in the system, improve system efficiency and increase connectivity in all urban centers and potentially nearby hamlets. By comparison to the existing system, the operation and maintenance effort to the county will be significantly reduced as we gradually switch operation to the new interurban system. The new system will be limited to transmission, storage, and distribution, while the treatment plants and wells will gradually reach their service life and will be taken out of service. The long-term benefits of financial, environmental, and technical sustainability will outweigh the risks. Here are the top 5 complementary measures that are critical to averting a potential development freeze in Cinco and nearby areas until the interurban water supply project is designed and built. These measures address major water supply challenges identified by the 2016 ISMP report and provide backup capacity while we are working on the interurban implementation. The re-rating of the wells actually happened late in 2021, and they provided positive results for Delhi and Waterford, which present us with a sustainable capacity increase of 4,872 cubic meters per day in Delhi and 2,942 cubic meters per day in Waterford. The capacity for Cinco in terms of firm sustainable capacity has decreased by 460 cubic meters per day, which will be addressed in a timely manner by bringing the Northeast well online by Q4 2024. The upgrades at Port Rowan and Port Dover are progressing well with a delivery timeline for both phases 1 and phase 2 upgrades in Port Dover. Pessimistic scenario Q3 2023 when we will be able to lift the development freeze in Port Dover. The optimistic scenario is 3 to 4 months ahead of September 2023. In Port Rowan, we are now just at wrapping up the detailed design and preparing for construction tender, and the upgrades will bring an increase of 1,300 cubic meters per day and will be brought in service by Q3 2024. The interurban water supply system is, by definition and by concept, an ambitious endeavor, which some may see as expensive and aggressive. To further reinforce the program objectives and benefits, I dug deeper into the growth projections with the purpose of validating the program scope and versus projected growth over the next 20 years. Illustrated on this chart, you can see the evolution of the county-wide water supply capacity, which is represented on the green bars here, and it grows following the growth projections based on the 2021 Watson report, including permanent and seasonal and unaccounted for population. This actually shows that we are keeping up with the growth trend, and we're going to be able to cover all the peak demand in a seasonal events and peak demands that the system will see, and at times it's out of our control, truly. By 2031, we will have water supply to all centers through the interurban infrastructure with the ability to flatten the high peak demands we see in Port Dover, Port Rowan, and Cinco. We also expect a decrease in per capita water consumption as the new transmission system will be tighter and new subdivisions will be more green in terms of water conservation. By 2031, we will also be able to validate the initial expectations in terms of program capacity, scope, and effectiveness. The county-wide water supply demand and growth will be continuously monitored for purpose of managing the risk of oversizing and overspending. For example, if by 2031 the growth drops significantly or flattens at a much lower supply level than initially planned, we'll be able to readjust the program and the water purchase agreement with Haldeman. The interurban system will be designed to allow for operational flexibility and bidirectional flow. This map shows the interurban supply system concept at a very high level for planning purpose. And the delivery strategy stretches for over 10 years with 4 main projects sized based on priority. So we have the North Central Cinco, which focuses on, on Cinco and expands to West Delhi and Northeast Waterford. The next priority project component of this program is the Southeast component, which is Cinco Port Dover and Nantico Port Dover connection. And then in the order of priority, we have the Southwest system component, which will follow in line of priority and offer backup water supply to Port Rowan and the ability to connect the rural hamlets and touristic areas along the transmission water main alignment. As a future endeavor, we also provide here the possibility of future connection of north to south, Cortland to Port Rowan, to increase connectivity and connect the west hamlets and rural areas. That could be an interconnection that may be implemented beyond 2041 if desired. The program is estimated at 180 million in 2022 dollars, not indexed to inflation, and scheduled for delivery over 10 years timeframe. On this chart, you can see details regarding the order of magnitude at conceptual level, of course. Accelerated delivery for the first 3 projects, which consists of the Cinco Thousand interconnection, Nantico water treatment plant, which is designed and constructed by Haldeman, with support and consultation from Norfolk, and the Cinco Port Dover Nantico interconnection, which is also scheduled for accelerated delivery and expected to be in service by January 2028. The 3rd and 4th phases of the program will follow with the service date of Q4 2030, connecting Delhi and Waterford, and January 2031 for the southwest interconnection of the system connecting Port Rowan and Port Dover. I'm not going to insist too much on the delivery timeframes and the scope depth, as the slide is self-explanatory. Pardon me. You're probably wondering by now how much will this program cost the county on an annual basis. This is the 10-year cash flow forecast, along with key scope metrics for each program main phase. In a nutshell, we're forecasting 180 million, resulting in 10,000 cubic meters per day firm capacity water treatment plant at the Nantico site, along with 100 kilometers of water mains and storage servicing every urban center. The expenditure peaks at 45.1 million in 2025, when we expect the Cinco Townsend interconnection and the Nanticoke plant to be substantially completed and commissioned. I realize that this is a very ambitious delivery plan and rely on council, my peers, as well as the consultants and contractors' experience and ability to meet our delivery targets and high expectations. The proposed cash flow forecast is based on the updated approved budget, which will be further detailed at the next budget cycle, and annually as we progress with the design and construction throughout the 10-year delivery timeframe. Expenditure and scope metrics are high-level estimates at planning stage and are provided in this presentation for a better understanding of the program magnitude and urgency. While we can see some extensive efforts and moderate delay risk associated with initial Class A consultations, geotechnical investigations, potential land purchase for storage and booster stations, several crossings and MTO permits, we do not anticipate high complexity and major constructability concerns. Norfolk and Haldimand will work together as a team to swiftly support permitting for access and design reviews at key stages. This is the first of many updates to Council on this program, and as you can see, immediate action will be required to approve the award of the first RFP and authorize approval of the Norfolk-Haldimand agreement. At my end, I will kick off the engineering assignment for Cinco Townsend and continue to develop the engineering scope for the next two projects, which are Port Dover-Nanticoke interconnection and further down the road, Cinco del High Water for the interconnections. Prior to summer recess, I will return to Council with progress updates. In closing, I don't know what's happening here. I want to thank our CAO, Mayor, senior leadership team, and Council for giving me the opportunity to be part of the county-wide water supply solution, which will secure a reliable infrastructure for generations to come. I also want to thank the Haldimand team for their proactive approach and collaboration on the agreement since I took over this project. Winston Churchill said once, we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Therefore, I'm honored and humbled to lead this program and work closely with Council and Norfolk and Haldimand staff towards this successful implementation. Now I'm going to open the mic for questions, and I will take the remaining questions for offline response via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. All right, do we have any questions for the presentation? Councillor Vanden Drieschie?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. You visited all the water facilities that we have. What were your thoughts of those facilities and the conditions they were in?
Our facilities are now capable of handling current needs, and some of them are in a better condition than others. However, with the current upgrades that are ongoing, we're going to be able to bridge the needs, the water needs, and proactively bring interurban water supply online. There is indeed a lot of work to do. However, our engineering and environmental services teams are on top of the required measures that are ongoing in order to provide high quality water pressure, not only quality but also quantity to all urban centers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus and then Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to meet you, Mariana. And my question is with respect to Cortland. There's a development coming forward before council soon, and it's a residential development. And can that development take place without building the water tower can we still service it from the Delhi line over to Cortland without use of a water tower? Or will we need to put a water tower in place before that development go ahead?
Cortland is a small system currently, which is serviced, as you well know and well pointed out, serviced by Delhi. We do have fire events challenges there because we don't have an elevated tank that secures the fire flows at all times. And to answer fully to your questions, we will need to review the water demand required by this new development together with engineering environmental services in terms of operations as well as planning. We do need to do a proper detailed analysis in order to confirm whether the current system can handle the new development needs. Personally, I don't think so. However, this is just my personal opinion based on my recent visits and understanding of the system. However, it needs to be confirmed based on proper analysis.
Thank you. And if you haven't met the developer already, I think it's important that somebody meet with him to discuss this because he's laying his plans forward, as Councillor Van den Driesche knows also.
Absolutely. We work closely together with planning, engineering, and environmental services to review all the needs and see how we can address all that and provide further guidance and input to the developers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chop and Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mariana. I'm sure we have a number of developers that are watching for Port Dover. I just want to, right at the very beginning, you made a statement as you were talking about when you saw, the likely increase in supply at Dover in Q3 of 2023. You made a comment that was going to produce 1,300 cubic meters a day additional. I just want to be clear, that's 1,300 cubic meters a day over and above where we should have been sitting. So currently Port Dover, I believe we're supposed to be around just over 5,000 cubic meters a day. And we are, I think we're sitting somewhere around 2,500 cubic meters.
No, pardon me. According to my review, recent review and data understanding, Port Rowan is designed
Port
Dover. Port Dover is designed to deliver 7,300 cubic meters per day after phase 2 upgrades.
Correct. Okay.
Which will be brought online in
It was
2023.
to the chart. I just think it was maybe a slip of the tongue or something, or maybe I misheard it.
Yeah,
but
maybe I
again,
missed
I know
it.
there's a number of developers watching, so 1,300 number scared me a little for a second.
No, that was the Port Rowan capacity. Maybe that was a mix up in the.
Sounds good. So in terms of the negotiations with Haldeman, where are we at in those negotiations and what are we sitting on in terms of a rate and the calculation of that rate in terms of administration costs, transmission costs, et cetera? What will be included and excluded?
The agreement with Haldeman has been successfully negotiated. We have all the terms and conditions well defined and agreed upon. The water rate that we negotiated is in line with what was presented, with the principles presented to Council in 2021, and the wholesale cost only covers the operation and production rate. No admin fees are included, and the water rate per cubic meters per day is at $1.3448, $1.3448 per cubic meter.
Thank you. And then in terms of the interurban water supply project, once we start moving along with this, what's staff's plan in terms of tracking the effectiveness of the rollout?
As we move forward, I will launch my communication plan and awareness plan, along with the set of effectiveness key performance indicators that would allow us to monitor how the program does. Some of these effectiveness indicators may include the population service, connectivity, whether that increased or not, quality compliance incidents, public complaints, per capita consumption, and basically we want to see that we close the gap, water loss and close the gap between water production and consumption, and be more effective. An acceptable water loss for a new system such as interurban will be somewhere at 10%, going up to 15% as the infrastructure ages, 10, 15, 20 years down the road.
So sorry, we're looking at a 10 to 15% for acceptable water loss. Is that what you're saying?
Maximum, yeah. These small system, rural systems have more challenges than the more centralized and shorter systems.
Okay.
Norfolk, by definition, it's an extensive system because of its county-wide span.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mariana. On page 15, sorry, don't disregard that. On the page that has the 10-year delivery plan timeline, can you elaborate a little bit on the difference in time between the RFP award and the tender award? In the first 2 years, it's done within a year's timeline, whereas Simcoe Port Dover Nanacoke, the RFP and the award is anticipated to happen in 23, with the tender and award in 2 years later in 25. And then again, Simcoe Delhi, Simcoe Waterford, Simcoe Dover, and St. Williams and Port Rowan have an additional year in between the RFP and the tender. Is there a particular reason why those are longer?
Thank you for the question. An absolutely great question. So Port Dover and Simcoe are high priorities for the county, and by design and by planning, I envision an accelerated delivery. Delhi and Waterford have now firm capacity available for meeting the growth demand until 2040, which puts these systems to a lower on the priority list. This will also, as well as the southwest component for connecting Simcoe Port Dover to Port Rowan, by bringing online the upgrades in Port Rowan, we will be able to service the water demands until the new upgrades will reach their service life, which is optimistically 20 years. However, we can proactively implement that interconnection starting year 15 in the service life of the Port Rowan upgrades, in order to make sure that we don't have new challenges on the south west section of the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mariana. Hi, Mariana. Welcome.
Sure. Thank you.
I am just wondering, when I'm looking at the chart, you had mentioned that the upgrade to the Port Rowan system would be 1,340 cubic meters a day by Q3 of 2024. And it looks to me on the chart, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's currently at 1,700 cubic meters per day, and it looks like it will remain that way. We have some developments occurring in Port Rowan and that area during the course of 2023. Will there be adequate capacity for those developments as they come forward?
Yes. So short answer is yes. The a number that I shown on the map is the actual increase to the current capacity that Port Rowan delivers, bringing the total service capacity to 3,040 cubic meters per day as it was initially designed. Keeping in mind that Port Rowan is a very small system, a very small community, which has very high peak demands because of seasonal use, and being a lake-based system that requires a lot of maintenance.
Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sounds to me like you're pretty quick study, Mariana. My question is with respect to the Judd Industrial Park in Simcoe here. There was a proposed cannabis grow operation that would have required a great deal of water capacity. What was allotted to that operation? And if it's not going ahead now, they've closed up that whole idea. And do you know what allotment was given for water, and would it free up any capacity for the town of Simcoe?
Sir, thank you for welcoming me, and thank you for the question. However, I'm going to take that under advisement because I am not in charge with capacity allocation, and I have to double check the water demand requested needed by the respective development. However, we do have our planning GM, Mr. Sloan, who can actually develop on that. Brendan?
Thank you.
Sure, through the chair, if it helps to assist Mariana on that particular question. There was a fairly healthy amount of water requirement for that proposal. That proposal, as you indicated, did not make it to the final agreement stage, so it wasn't fully allocated, but that amount of water has been freed up for capacity for other developments in Simcoe that have been moving forward and utilizing that at the present time. So it has assisted in the Simcoe water capacity situation.
Thank you. Good to know that.
I have Councillor Vandendriessche and then Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Again, Mariana, welcome. I forgive me for not saying that in advance, but anyway, I know you'll love it here. I have a couple of questions. One will actually be for Brandon and one for yourself. When you say the term green, I'm just looking forward here. Green and changes in consumption. What is this term green? Where do you think you find water savings when we refer to green?
Oh, I love the question. Thank you. So when I refer to green infrastructure, I refer to a better water use and reuse, if you wish. For example, irrigation should not be done with high quality drinking water. We should be able to incorporate low impact development infrastructure in our new design guidelines for new development subdivisions, as well, in conjunction with water savings, water conservation measures such as, all the plumbing and all the bathroom and piping systems that are indoors would be having a lower consumption by design. With that in mind, also interurban being a new system and much tighter with best-in-class materials pipelines such as HDPE, and which is a much tighter system. The water loss, I personally expect it to be less than 10% that I just stated. That 10 to 15% varies depending on the water leakage and the condition of the transmission water mains. So we have water conservation measures indoors and outdoors, better use of our water, store management, low impact development infrastructure, and much tighter systems, which will, like I said, close the gap between water, the quantity of water that we're going to produce or buy, or produce and buy at some point while we're on hybrid system, and the water consumption. We've seen historically in other areas and in all communities that are serviced by centralized systems, a drop in water consumptions. And I'm certain that, for example, City of Toronto, which has centralized systems, lake-based water treatment supply, their consumption has dropped from above 400 to around 250 to 60 liters per capita per day.
Okay, so changes in modernization and equipment.
Yes.
We'll square the whole of, we've got 10 or 15% we could end up losing through the pipes. And so with that, we're supposed to have the challenges of making sure that we improve how we take and what we take of water. I have a different question, if I may ask to you.
Yes, please.
We live on a sand plain, and we have a lot of ground. We have a lot of water stored in what we call underground lakes and water areas. Do we ever? This is water being brought in and piped in and serviced this way, but people who live out in the country have their wells and things like that. When it becomes urbanization that we look at smaller subdivisions and smaller hamlets, is there an option for a person to stay either on the water system versus, and I don't know if you'd have the answer to that, the water system or versus that of creating their own well? Is that an option?
Well, definitely it is an option for nearby hamlets and rural areas that are located nearby the interconnections, the main transmission mains. Whether that is cost effective and how that is funded, that's a different question that we can actually address in a further consultation on individual request basis. It is an option. However, there is not a all size fits all kind of answer. Each request has to be reviewed and vetted through proper assessment.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because of the fact that we have smaller hamlets, we can create a small subdivision. We're not saying maybe more than 10 or 12 houses. Lots of times you can create wells in that particular area, so that's good. My second question would be to Brandon. The idea of the challenges with the development that you have on the books, oh, there he is, on the books versus what is potentially could come. How did we assess? How was the process to assess what waters we need? Because I look again at small hamlets that want to increase. There's potential of more subdivisions coming about in different areas. How do we manage that? How did that come about?
Sure, through the chair, a few points. So first off, on the water for hamlets, generally it's the policy that municipal water is not provided to areas outside of the urban areas,
Right.
other than, to Cortland. So there is the potential still to have subdivisions in a hamlet, not with requiring municipal water, just so that that's clear. The interurban water supply study was based and utilized growth projections. There was the interrelationship between what was expected and projected to grow in the various areas compared to the infrastructure requirements and what the plan was. What occurred last year and into the back half of last year is we updated those growth projections through the Watson study. Mariana's referred to that in one of her slides. And so we use that as another marker point because the projections are higher. And even with infrastructure, you want to plan for the long term and the highest possibility. And so they're looking at, what is the ultimate, what is the long term possibilities, whenever that growth materializes. And so we're making sure we're having ongoing connections and meetings and dialogue between the planning, the growth, development, and the infrastructure needs. Some key things. We're connecting the growth management study work that's happening right now with this interurban water supply, along with our wastewater supply system as well. It's important that if we're going to be investing significantly in this infrastructure system, we're going to have to make sure we're going to be growing in the right places at the right time, and we're prioritizing those appropriate locations to make efficient and effective use of the infrastructure.
Right.
So hopefully that's clear. I've kind of made that clear throughout that if we're doing this, like Simcoe's growing, Waterford's going to be growing, Delhi is growing, Port Dover's growing.
Well, as you can notice that, and I think if we look to the, what direction is that? Tilsonburg Way. I don't even know my north, south, east, and west at the moment. But anyway, that particular area, I think, is one of the fastest growing in Canada. So if we take a look at what's happening,
Linda,
I'm
if we
sorry.
could keep it to questions at this point, please.
Oh, I was going to. Oh, fine. I will leave that to the question for Brandon later. Thank you.
And Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Through you to Mariana, welcome. Thank you very much for your report. It's very comprehensive and it is very easy to follow. But what I want in terms of I'm trying to do this a little bit in the past few meetings for those watching at home. Waterford is, I'm the councillor for Ward 7, so Waterford is the urban area, and it is on cue to receive quite a number of developments over the next short time. So what are you feeling in terms of the your confidence level in terms of Waterford being able to handle that potential growth?
Oh, I think Waterford has potential to handle any growths at least safely, at least by 2031, when we are prepared to revisit our delivery plan and double check whether the growth projections and the development has progressed, faster or slower, and what is the level where it is at that point in time. And I'm pretty sure that Brandon will come see me as the the developments are coming through, and the need goes to the roof. So to answer to your question, the program is adjusted in a way that is flexible. We will continually monitor the water demands, and we're going to be able to reprioritize in order to meet the ardent needs at the point in time throughout our delivery plan. I hope that answers my question. I see Brandon anxious to further develop on this.
If it's okay through the chair, just to briefly supplement, just so it's clear, I believe that as Marianne indicated, that there is some short-term capacity availability. I think the thing that was flagged in the reports to council last February and June about Waterford was the risk is about the aquifer itself. The location of the wells are accessing the same aquifer, so there's potential if there ever was a contamination, that would be the challenge. So I think that was the risk for Waterford, not necessarily immediate capacity limits.
Thank you very much for clarifying
At
that.
part, just to clarify on that note, we've seen some compliance issues with well water historically, repeatedly, and the top of mind objectives of the interurban are high quality and pressure to improve our service and make sure that Walkerton doesn't happen in Norfolk, for sure. So for Waterford, we foresee that we will have multiple pressure zones, and we think that we might need to build an elevated tank there. So we are prepared to address any priority and accelerate that if need be. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mariana, I see you have laid out a 10-year plan on this. Is there any way to tighten up that plan or shorten that plan? I think everything on the list is required. Everything's going to be purchased with borrowed money. Is there a holdup beyond, why can't we do some of these projects concurrently, or is it a stage for another reason?
Thank you for the question. This actually connects back to the mayor's question and the upgrades question that we had earlier in this questions session. We're spending money now to upgrade Port Rowan and Port Dover, and we believe that shortening the remaining service life before its is not a very proactive and fiscally aware solution moving forward. So notwithstanding, we are prepared to accelerate the delivery of the Southwest interconnection and Northwest and Northeast to Delhi and Waterford interconnections, and possibly accommodate the West connection between Cortland and Port Rowan to address the objectives and the question that Councillor Van den Driesch had earlier.
Thank you, and I think Al would like to provide some supplemental there as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think Mariana was tiptoeing through the tulips on her answer there, but I think it comes down to three things: it's cost, it's resources, and it's supply and demand. I think based on the current supply and demand matrix that has been validated, there really isn't the justification to expedite a lot of the work that's being proposed to be phased in. And I would remind council that we have one project person, Mariana, who's leading this, and this is a $180 million project for one individual leading it, and it is an extremely aggressive and time sensitive, and it's a real challenge to have one individual running this. And so if for whatever reason demand picks up and there's a desire to expedite some of this project plan that's in place in front of council, we can certainly return back to council. We can quantify what it would take to expedite that, whether or not the county could afford to do that as well, and what that would look like. But right now, we believe it's a responsible plan. It's laid out over 10 years. It's fiscally achievable. It's from a resource perspective, we believe we can do it as well. And it it meets the demands that are being forecasted based on our current growth strategy and the numbers that are coming forward. So this, we believe, is fiscally responsible, and it's something that meets the demands that are coming our way. So that's the way I would answer that question.
Right, thank you. And now seeing no further hands, do I have a motion to accept the presentation as information? Councillor Rabbits and a seconder. Councillor Van den Driesche. All those in favor? That is carried. Mariana, I'd just like to say thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much, everyone.
We will be moving on to our second presentation for the day, Matrix Solution Incorporated, regarding the gas well management plan. Frank Curry, I believe you will be presenting today.
It's going to be Louis Charles Boutin that's going to be presenting.
Okay. And your screen is shared. We can see that. So begin when you would like.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next screen, please? So the agenda for today is going to be to present the objective of the work that we've been conducting over the course of the last year and look a little bit of the timelines. I will present an overview of the remedial options that we're considering during that assessment, and we'll show the preferred option. So move to the next slide, please. The objective of the hydrological condition, the hydrological assessment was to evaluate what are the conditions of the ground, the subsurface system in the surrounding of the forestry farm road well, and build a tool in order, which we call a numerical model of groundwater flow, a tool to allow us to evaluate what would be the potential impacts of some identified remedial actions. So in terms of the timeline, we've been we started on a project in January last year, came up with a presentation to the council in July of last year with preliminary results, explaining a little bit the overall assessment. And we did finalize the report in December of last year. And now we're in April and presenting the preferred remedial option. So what I'm going to do next is go into a little bit more details of what that tool looks like. So if we can advance to the next slide, please. The decision-making tool was a numerical model of groundwater flow that tries to reproduce as accurately as possible the subsurface conditions that are present in Big Creek Valley. The width is roughly 12.5 kilometer, 20 kilometer long, and covers an area of 186 square kilometer. Several considerations were made to define the model domain or the area of interest, and that accounted for mainly what's happening in terms of the groundwater flow direction, consideration of the study area more locally, what we're looking at in terms of the issues, and also the existence of the oil and gas wells in the area. So can we move to the next slide, please? I thought it would maybe help illustrating the problem at hand by looking at the tool in a 3-dimension view. I would start with looking on the top left corner where we see an oblique view of the numerical model, and we can see where the FFR well is located in proximity of Big Creek Valley. And the next thing that I would want to focus our attention on is the lower left corner oblique view once again, but that's a cut in the ground, like a vertical cross section as we call it. And there's three things that I want to pay attention to. First one is that those vertical blue lines represent the water level contours in the subsurface. So it helps understanding the areas where the water would come from and where the groundwater would go. And two is the second piece that I'd want to put attention on is the groundwater flow direction, which is the blue arrows. What we see, what we understand of that groundwater system is that the flow goes mainly to the north-south direction, more specifically in the Dundee Formation. And when there's the topographic incision or the valleys where there's a thinning of the Port Stanley Drift, there's a preferential natural pathways, I guess, for the pressure and the groundwater to flow towards those valleys. So we see that in some instances where the hydraulic or the water level is greater than ground level, if such a pathway or conduit or a piping exists, there's a tendency for that water to be pressurized above ground surface and therefore flowing. So if we can move to the next slide, please. I did present this slide at the last meeting that we had together. I want to reiterate on why are the flowing wells. I think I tried to illustrate it with the numerical model, but I think those pictures are a bit more meaningful. So there's two conditions that needs to be met in order for a well to be flowing. The first one is, as I tried to mention, when the water level is greater than the ground surface. That's the first condition. And if we move to the next one, is that there's a need for a pathway. So some connection between the Dundee Formation, which is the source of the sulfur water, to migrate to ground surface. So in this case, it can go either through corroded well casing, wells that are only suspended, that doesn't have any abandonment device within them, and or as the schematic illustrates on the far right hand side, there are several other pathways possible. Either between the formation itself, the rock, and the cement, within the cement, between the casing and the cement, through the casing, and so on. So there's several different pathways, I guess, for the migration of gas and or water to find its way to surface. So when those two conditions are met, that's when we're having those issues of flowing wells. So if we can advance to the next slide, please. Through our assessment, we did come up with that numerical model of groundwater flow to try to better identify where are those areas of higher risk. And what came out is what we illustrate on the right-hand side with the green hatched area, where it's the zone of simulated artesian zone. So meaning that the risk of water levels being greater than ground surface in this area is high. The second thing that we did consider in terms of trying to identify which well are most likely at risk of flowing is looking at the well cards and looking at the date where the wells were plugged. Not only this, but the well status themselves. So some wells can be either abandoned, active, suspended, or unknowns. Abandoned would mean that somehow they abandoned the well with either some lead plugs, some rocks, some pine logs prior to 1965, or more recently with cement in the casing. Suspended would mean that the well casing is still in place, but the well hasn't been abandoned per se. Inactive would mean that it's an active supply well. So using this as a secondary criteria to identify which one are the most at risk, if we combine the spatial location of those wells and looking at the date where the wells were abandoned or plugged, we can come up with a system to rank the relative risk between each other. And this is what we've illustrated in a map in the report, showing that within the Big Creek Valley, there are several wells that are located within that artesian zone, and one of which FFR well, the Forestry Farm Road well, is within the artesian zone, and that has a relatively high risk because it got abandoned a long time ago, prior to 1965. Next slide, please. Based on the understanding that we had on the hydrogeological system and using the decision-making tool, we were able to assess several remedial options through technical decision and deciding on what would make the most sense. 4 of them been retained for the final report, which that I'm presenting here. The first one was to basically plug the FFR well, which would eliminate the environmental concern locally and meet the requirements for an Oil and Gas Resources Act. Obviously, there's a downside of it, which means that the current flowing wells in the area are not addressed, and it would likely cause some pressure increase in the groundwater system that could cause some other wells to flow. The second option that was looked at is, what if we put in a surface capture and treatment plant locally at the FFR well, that where the estimated volume or the flowing rate is currently estimated at 55 cubic meters per day, or 55,000 liters per day. And basically what came out of it is that if we do that, and I'll show it in a moment in a spatial view, it has some limited impact locally. The impact is limited locally, but it is a solution that's going to be required to be maintained for long term. So ongoing costs associated with this options, and not only this, but the deterioration of the casing and or the existing plugs within the system, it's something that we know that there's corrosion ongoing, so there's no guarantee that the current flowing rate will be maintained in the future. It is possible that this rate, based on the understanding of the system, may increase drastically over the course of the next year. So the solution implemented here seems to be valid for the current situation, but may not be adequate for future condition. The third and fourth option are relatively similar in the sense that they've explored a more sub-regional solution to the flowing wells, looking at what if we put in a full-blown treatment facility in order to capture the groundwater and somewhat reduces the risk of additional flowing wells. Can we move to the next slide, please? I think those options are depicted on the right-hand side with option 3 and 4 right here, where we see that those are more sub-regional influence, in the sense that what was predicted with the decision-making tool is that the effect on water levels would be seen in a radius of, depending on the magnitude of change in water level you're looking at, but in the order of maybe 1 to 2 kilometer. the option 1 and 2 that we proposed in terms of plugging the FFR well or capturing what's currently flowing at 55 cubic meters per day is really marginal in comparison to what we think the Dundee Formation could produce. And therefore, the impact would be relatively limited to the vicinity of that well. If really that measured flow of 55 cubic meters per day is what is coming out of the Dundee Formation. And that can be explained somewhat why this value is so much lower than the information that was found when drilling the monitoring well that was evaluated to in the order of 1,000 cubic meters per day or closer to a million liter per day. Is that this well has currently 8 plugs, as I mentioned earlier. So there's some way, some kind of system in place or the plug that retains some of the flow from that formation, from what we can tell. So if we go to the next slide where it looks at the time of implementation of those different options and the cost. Obviously, when you're dealing with a single well option, like the option number 1 with the FFR well plugin, it's something that it can be implemented relatively rapidly. Now, the costs were evaluated by the team, like a first order estimates in the ballpark of $500,000 to $750,000. And maybe after, if there's any additional question, we can go into the details. But why the cost is maybe so high is that there's definitely some work to be done on surface. There's work in terms of cementing casing and finding that well, and being able to drill out the rocks that have been thrown in that casing, the plugs, those 8 plugs that are in there. So there's relatively a fair amount of work to be conducted at this location. When you compare that, though, in terms of timelines and cost to the other option that are on the table, we see that the option 1 was optimal. What we see for the option 2, 3, and 4 is that which the option 1 doesn't have is the ongoing cost of a treatment unit, which means that until you decide to stop treating the water, you're going to have some recurrent cost. And probably when you decide to stop treating the unit is because you're going to go back to option 1, which is being abandoning or plugging those wells. So hence why the recommended option was to go into the option of abandoning the FFR well. If we move to the next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, I think there's no ongoing cost of operation. It's something that can be implemented relatively fast. In terms of the requirements and the liability, I guess, for the county, the FFR well is the one that is located on their land, so that would meet the requirement of abandoning the well. But obviously, it's not dealing with the issue, the sub-regional to regional issue of having several other oil and gas wells in the land. And there is some possibility that it will increase pressure in the aquifer, resulting in potentially other flowing wells. But if what we've measured of 55 cubic meters per day outflow, that is the only amount of water that is currently flowing out of the aquifer, the effect of abandoning this well would be relatively limited to the vicinity of the well. So for all these reasons, that solution is identified as the best long-term solution. And just to finish up, I would move to the next slide. Through some meetings with the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources, and Forestry, this study was basically conducted following a request from them. The Norfolk County did communicated the result of the study with the ministry. And earlier this week or last week, Norfolk County did receive the confirmation that the cost of the well abandonment would be covered under the Abandoned Works program. With all this, seems to be a positive outcomes for the Norfolk County.
All right, thank you for your presentation. I will begin questions with Councillor Columbus and then Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Matrix is recommending as a solution to cap this well, recommendation number 1 there. And do you know whether we would be exposed to any liability as the county and that wells on our property? In the past, in your experience, has anyone come back on those who have capped wells? I know the Ministry of Natural Resources has capped many and nobody seems to have come back on them, but can you answer that question?
I think this is outside of my scope. I think this is something that I'll be totally honest. I mean, it's not something that I can really comment on the likelihood of what could happen, unless Cam, I see that you're showing a camera. Is there anything that you want to add in terms of the legal aspect of the question?
I'll just add,
Based on your
I'm
experience.
not a lawyer on this, but the requirements of the Oil, Gas and Salt Act demand that the landowner, in the absence of an operator, plug the well. So under legislation, the province is saying you should plug it or must plug it. So I would think it would be unlikely they come back. I'm not aware of any other case where a plugged well, landowner plugging a well has resulted in litigation against them.
Thank you. That provides some comfort.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. There is no comfort out there if you're a citizen that lives out in the area where, one, it's a health issue, public safety, as well as the annoyance of the smell. Plugging this particular well, being as it's on municipal property, is there a chance that this would have the whack-a-mole effect of producing gas coming up the other way again? Have you reviewed a lot of that?
Yeah, I think that's a reason why we were showing those graph of change in water levels. So basically what we're saying is that we're increasing the pressure at others oil and gas wells, right? So there's definitely a risk. The risk of pressure increasing if, and that's a big if, but if the water that's showing up at FFR well, that flowing rate is 55 cubic meters per day. If that's the only water that is currently coming out of the formation that is plugged, won't have a significant effect. If the amount of water that is flowing out is more in the order of 1,000 or 2,000 cubic meters per day, that now we're not seeing at surface, but is somehow finding its way underground, then suddenly the pressure increase can be felt in a kilometer to 2 kilometer radius around the well. So yes, it's not something that reduces the risk at all. It's something that can contribute to the risk, but to quantify precisely what the risk is, that's a whole different question, right? The tool is looking at, the tool that we built is taking into consideration the regional aspect and provide some direction of and magnitude of what could happen, but it's not an extremely precise tool, right?
Do you think it would improve the smell down there if you do plug that particular well?
So if the FFR well is plugged, theoretically, there shouldn't be any gas and or water coming out from the ground at this given location. So it eliminates the smell, and it eliminates the gas migration if the abandonment is done properly, and that we short circuit the piping system for that gas or water to flow to surface. So yes, it would have a local benefit of doing this.
Right, right. Well, that will help. It is a huge problem. Obviously, you know that through your study. What are the next steps other than, and I reviewed your, but in the next steps other than this one here, the 4 that you proposed, in future, what more can be done in your opinion?
You're asking at the regional scale, right?
I'm sorry?
You're asking for a regional scale solution, like
Yes.
what can be done at the, so obviously plugging a well is eliminating pathways. So by eliminating pathways, you're really like avoiding some exposure to gas migration and sulfur water to discharge. So obviously like that's a long-term solution. Like the alternative of having a treatment plan is always like a short term, or depends how you define short, but I mean it doesn't have a hand, right? It's an ongoing um, and based on what we've shown that 1,000 cubic meters or 2,000 cubic meters of, like if you were to treat that water, it has an influence in the order of 1 to 2 kilometer for a change of one meter of available head or a drop of pressure. Meaning that if you look at the scope of the entire region, you need more than one treatment plan. So, I mean, you can't deal the entire situation with a single location, which means even more additional costs. So, like I'm not, like I don't have any a brilliant idea or additional insight than anybody else had on the subject, right? I mean, it's known that well abandonment, it does close the mean for pathways. So in my mind, that's the path for a long-term solution, rather than having a solution that would be perpetual, where you're trying to control the flows and whatnot, which is going to be a long time issue.
Thank you. Unfortunately, it's a sad situation that people have had to live with for quite a long time. So anything that helps it will hopefully make a difference somewhere. So thank you.
Are there any further questions from council? Oh, Mayor Chop.
I just want to understand from this presentation, does Matrix believe that the MNRF's actions in 2015 were the cause of these subsequent eruptions?
So I think the numerical model, what it's shown is that when you stop a well that is currently flowing, you're increasing the pressure in a radius of influence that varies from 1 to 2 kilometer. So it did resulted in increased pressure, and so it's possibly that's the source, the one of the cause that triggered the other wells to flow. But yeah, so it's a contributing factor, I would say.
And I'm going to
based on what-
assume then that through the discussions and the review of the options, you are actively engaged with the MNRF in those conversations.
I wouldn't say actively engaged in the sense that I haven't participated, we Matrix haven't participated with Matrix with them on that specific project and results. They've been engaged in the sense that they've been given the content of the presentation, and they had a chance to look at those results and whatnot. So it's not a bi-directional conversation or communication, but it's more of a one-way conversation.
I guess I'm I'm struggling right now because 3 years ago there was an opposition from the MNRF for us to go and plug the well, which is what we would have gone and done. And now here we are full circle 3 years later, and they're willing to fund the plugging of the well now back through the Abandoned Works program. So how do we get back from, you know, them telling us, no, you can't go and plug the well, while simultaneously telling a private property owner that he must go and plug his well or else face charges, and then come back and say, okay, we want you now to plug the well through the Abandoned Works program. Clearly there had to be conversations happening with them that has led you to this conclusion that this is the way to go. Otherwise they wouldn't be funding it.
So what I can offer and what's been published publicly available is that MNRF made indicated to MOE that doing so could have some negative effect of plugging the wells back at the original well in 2015, right? So I think somehow that was out in the public domain. Now I really can't talk to on behalf of MNRF and trying to justify their action. I think what we came up with through this study is just looking at the pros and cons of each solution and putting a price tag to it, and really for what's been asked and the scope of the work and your liability and so on, all those technical factors. I think that just makes sense for the county to go there. So I wouldn't put words in on behalf of MNRF, but I'm just trying to explain how we got to this conclusion.
Well, I guess one of the challenges I have with this is this whole report came about at the direction, to the best of my knowledge anyway, from MNRF, that before we were to move forward with a solution, now they wanted us to go ahead and do this, the matrix report. So in those discussions then, what can you tell us about the MNRF's position on reopening the original relief well? What I still don't understand with the original relief well that they had plugged is, if that was reopened according to this report, now we need to have water treatment and so on in place. If we didn't need water treatment back in I think it was 1960 something that well was drilled. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but if we didn't need a water treatment system in place then for that relief well, why do we need it now? And what was their view? Again, I understand it's a private landowner, but that land could theoretically be expropriated if need be. And yes, it takes time, but as we have private landowners in the nearby vicinity, you know, that are concerned, they saw that the plugging of the well in 2015 resulted in a number of subsequent eruptions. So how do we convince them now that, you know, we shouldn't go ahead and force the MNR to reopen that original relief well?
So first of all, when you abandon a well, you're injecting some cement in the openings underground. So basically, you're plugging any potential pathways for the water to flow in the well. So in the sense of reopening a plugged well, the likelihood of going back into the same hole and drilling and trying to produce water from where you've now injected cement is unlikely. So first of all, I just want to mention that. So if you go in the vicinity of that location and create a new well to relieve the pressure, then yeah, you'd be probably able to produce a similar volume of water. Now, again, I'll go back to what I saw as public information, is that MOE, Minister of Environment at the time, deemed that it was unacceptable to release some sulfur water in the environment. Hence why they started at one point back in 2015 to say enough of that, and we need to control the discharge. So I think that's the initial trigger of why they're not allowed to just let the water flow into a creek anymore. Does that make sense?
Well, I guess it doesn't make sense in the from the point of view that I saw an email to one of the residents back in 2015 that they had received, I believe, through an FOI request that you know, that the I can't remember if it was the MOE or the MNRF, but the agencies were both recommending something different. They had been warned against plugging that relief well at the time, but they went ahead with that strategy anyway. I guess, you know, I appreciate the fact that the MNRF is stepping up now and willing to absorb this through the Abandoned Works program. But again, you know, I think it goes without saying how many concerns that residents have, given what they've seen after that relief well was plugged and all of the subsequent problems. So, you know, the big concern out there is here we are 3 years later, and if we go and plug this well, is this another 10 years of headaches? You know, I can appreciate your statement in terms of the environmental assessments and the permitting that's going to be required if it was to open up a relief well, as well as the ongoing maintenance costs. But, you know, that could be, at the end of the day, it could also be nothing in comparison to, you know, what the potential outcome could be if we go and plug this.
I understand the concern, understand resident concern. From a technical perspective, we've laid out the potential outcomes, best understanding of the situation and whatnot, and what the consequences could be. There's like 10 to 15, I think I've shown it earlier, there's 10 to 14 wells within a radius of influence of a kilometer to 2 kilometers around the FFR well. Yeah, there is potential for bad situation to happen. It's not something that we can rule out. But from what we can tell from the data that we have, and if that 55 cubic meters per day is flowing out, that's all there's going to be additional plugged at the FFR well. It shouldn't result in a drastic guacamole effect. Obviously, I hear your concern, and that's a potential outcome as well.
Bill, I just have 2 questions for yourself. I know it's kind of jumping ahead in your reports later on in the package. I was hoping they were going to be heard at the same time, but do we have this in writing from the MNRF that this will be taken care of under the Abandoned Works program? Or is this just through conversation?
Through the chair, through the mayor, we, both myself and CAO Menace have received an email in writing stating that it was be covered under
the second question I have relates to the finance piece, and I read that you still want to book this so that it's down as a tangible capital asset. I don't, how does this qualify as a tangible capital asset? Like, to me, that's like a road, a utility. I mean, if the gas well was producing gas, that could make sense, but I'm somewhat confused as to the purpose behind recording this as an asset.
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor, maybe somebody from finance can answer that. It was a question I had as well, and maybe finance can put a lens on that, on how it became a capital asset. I can't answer that, I'm sorry.
Hi, through the chair to Mayor Chop. What I'll do is, I'm not 100% sure the reasoning behind the definition of why our TCA individual is classified it as a tangible capital asset, but I should be able to find out before your meeting's finished, and I'll have an answer for you.
Thanks, Kathy.
Is there anything further from council? Seeing no hands, do I have a motion to accept the presentation as Mayor Chop, seconded by Councillor Huffman? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. At this point, we'll be moving on to communications. We have 5 communication items today. Does any committee member wish to pull any communication items for further discussion? Seeing no hands, may I have a motion to receive the communication items as information, or is there an alternative? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Vanden Driesche. All those in favor? Thank you very much, and that is carried. We'll be moving on to staff reports. Item 8.1 5.1, staff report HSS 22003. Heidi, will you be introducing this report?
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Mr. Bill Nolan, the administrator at Norview Lodge, to present the report, please.
Thank you. Take it away, Bill.
Good afternoon to the chair. I'd like to present this report, and I'll be giving a high-level review of it. The recommendation is that staff report HSS 22003 Norview Lodge increase to direct care time for residents through increased staffing. Budget amendment be received as information. And moving on down further, and further that the proposed 2023 to 2025 levy supported operating budgets include initiatives that support additional FTEs and associated staffing and operating costs for council's consideration as outlined within this report. This is going back to well, it's actually a recent amendment from the ministry, and it's called Fixing the Long-Term Care Act, and it's the direct care hours. And this is over a plan that has been discussed previously in the fall of last year, where the ministry has mandated that all long-term care homes will get to 4 hours of direct care for the residents. Now, as you'll see in the report, there are multiple charts that show the evidence of the cost versus the revenue, but I will highlight into table 3 and 4, where it does actually show the expenditures and the revenues, and it will show to council that the revenues do exceed the expenditures, which is one of the highlight points that we do want to make, is that we have come up with a very intense plan. Yes, it's over the course to be completed in 2025, but it does show that we are within the spending limits of what we receive from the ministry. And there is 3 sections of it, and it is in regards to, like I said, direct care staffing. There is also allied healthcare, which is also staffing, and there is supporting professional growth, which is the training of those staffing. In summary, if approved, the budget will be amended as outlined and demonstrated above. Norview Lodge is expected to remain within the current range of funding provided by the ministry. But I do want to add that for everybody's concern, should the ministry provide funding different than the amounts included in the table, a report will be presented to council for the FTE and cost considerations. And concluding with that, I'd like to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Bill. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, we do have a printed recommendation on page 250. Would anyone like to move that? Councillor Columbus is moving that recommendation. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Huffman, or is there any debate on the motion? All those in favor? Thank you, and that is carried. Sorry I overlooked that. I should have asked if council would like to hear the report on the gas wells at this time. I think we'll need a motion to move it up to now with everything fresh. Councillor Van Adrishi, would you like to move that motion to change the agenda? Do we have a seconder? All right, Councillor Michele, all those in favor? Thank you. Let me just find my page number on that. Okay, staff report OPS 22009 Forestry Farm Road gas well update budget amendment. Mr. Cridland, will you be presenting this report?
Yes, Chair Taylor, I will. I don't know if the consultant has left yet, but anyways, I will be very brief with the report, and I can get Frank and Lewis back on if needed. So yeah, report OPS 22009 Forestry Farm Road gas well update. I will be brief, as I believe the matrix presentation flushed out a lot of some good debate and a lot of questions. Keep it at a high level. In summary, 4 options were put forward from the completed study. Staff had taken the recommendation of the consultant for option 1, which is to plug the Forestry Farm Road as discussed well. This option was chosen because it did check a lot of boxes for Norfolk County concerns. Number one, it's sealed off the flowing water and H2S gas if it is plugged properly as explained. It is a fairly quick timeline. It does address all the public health concerns, eliminates daily or weekly monitoring that our fire department does now, covers off any regulation and compliance issues with the MNRF as we do own the well. There are positive environmental aspects for water and air quality. And one concern too, I think is becoming more important or valid every day is the opening or cavern of the well is actually getting bigger. It's just natural erosion. So the plugging the well, stopping the flow would prevent that. I'm a staffer, just a little worried. We've seen this cavern grow over the last year, and Big Creek is not that many meters away. So if it started to collapse, this could become one with Big Creek, and then it just puts the cost of plugging or trying to stop this flow, puts prices way up. I think the report was fairly balanced in all the pros and cons of the options. I won't go into those. I think they were covered quite well in the presentation. Staff will admit there is no magic bullet here. There are the pros and the cons. Option one, I think we come back to, it's related, it does address a number of Norfolk's concerns. I think looking at the study, a lot of folks had hoped for more of a regional type of answer or solution, and it's big, it's complex. So with option one, and again, a lot of this is based on the 55 cubic meters of water flowing a day. I don't know off the top of my head what was flowing back in the well on the 10th concession, but this is considered to be a fairly minor flow. And as such, if plugged, would have, there's still the chance of impacting nearby wells, but it is, it's a lower, it'd be a lower impact than if this thing was flowing thousands of cubic meters of water a day. And after that, once we had worked with the consultant did their work. There were talks with the MNRF, and I think Lewis did a pretty good job of saying that we did let the consultant run their program, run their study, and we shared the information with the MNRF. We got the report in late December, and staff, being myself and the CAOL, we then approached the ministry and asked about the chances of it going under the Abandoned Works program, and they were accepting of that. And finance staff, addressed that in their part. And I guess with that, I'll turn it over to council for any further questions they may have. Any stuff, I will try to get Mr. Frank Curry and Matrix back on the line. I'm not sure if they're on now. I'll field what I can between myself and the CAO, and if we need them, I know they're just on standby. I think they may have logged off, and I'll turn it over to county council at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Mayor Chop.
Agreement with MNR that when the time came that they were going to include that cost as well.
Through the chair, Mayor Chop, I didn't catch the first part of that. Sorry.
The matrix report. Do we have any agreement now that the MNRF is going to fund the solution through the Abandoned Works program? Is that cost also going to be included in that?
To the mayor, that had not been talked about. I'm not sure that is something we could get in some dialogue with the MNRF, but it has not been talked about to this point.
I guess I must have misunderstood. I thought that was always sort of part of the plan with them. That was why we agreed to move forward with the matrix report, was because it was at, their request before they would consider funding any part of the remediation.
Yeah, we can check it up now. We did make obviously a capital budget project for I believe it's $140,000, and that's what we put the RFP out and what we're working with.
The only thing I would say with that, council made that budget amendment, at the request of our CAO at the time. It was so that we could get this moving, as opposed to, continuing to wait on decisions out of the MNR, which seemed to take an excessively long period of time.
Okay, I've made a note and we can follow up with that. I think to date we've spent about $93,000 on the study, and most of it is over except for today's presentation.
Any further questions? Councillor Bandridge?
Just a point, I think I'm having difficulty with it, but at the end of the day, we have to do something. We have to try to eliminate the smell, the risk. But I think this is an ongoing problem that we're going to have to continue to be monitoring. So with that, I guess I would say I would have to recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I move on to requesting a mover of a motion, Kathy, have you got the response to Mayor Chop's question from the presentation?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair, and through the Mayor. That was a really good question. We did check with Steve Dark, our tangible capital expert, and since this is a project that we're, it's sort of like the garage remediation project. We've just chose to put it into capital because at the time we weren't sure if this was involved a permanent structure, and a portion of it could be, or a device that's left in place when they plug up the well, or if it's just a manipulation of land, that type of thing. So one would be a capital item, one would be an operating expense. So the decision was to put it into capital at this time so that we can before year end and review the expenses. And if it needs to, and that way we would be able to analyze what the actual costs or what the products or the actual work was done on at the well site. So we do that annually at the end of year work with all our capital, because sometimes we've charged things into our capital plan that aren't really capital related. So he felt this was the best place to put it until we got more information on the actual type of work and what's involved in it.
See, my view would be the other way, that I wouldn't want this on our end at all, so that this is entirely, it's funded through the MNRF, through their abandoned works. It's not on our books. It has nothing to do with us. They're running the whole program. To record it as an asset should this go wrong down the road, I don't know. I think that there's maybe, I think that that's something that should be reviewed by staff to determine if that's the best approach to this, given that we don't know what the outcome is actually going to be.
Yes, we definitely will take further review on it and ensure that it is our capital, that because it'll be items that we'll be amortizing or capitalizing on. So if it's not ours and we shouldn't be, we'll definitely ensure that doesn't take place.
Anything further? Seeing no hands, we do have a staff recommendation printed in the agenda. Would anyone like to move that or propose an alternative? Councillor Columbus has moved it and Councillor Van Passen has seconded it. Is there any debate on the motion? Mayor Chop.
Yeah, I just want to say this is probably one of the hardest decisions, I think, since I've been elected. It's not, there is no clear solution. You know, you read the comments online and people say, well, why haven't they plugged it or done it already? That's because nobody's known how to handle this for the last 3 years. You know, it's very clear to me, although I got a loose answer from Matrix, that, you know, this has all been tied back into the plugging of the relief well. I think the risks with this are continue to be high, but I think, you know, as they've detailed in the report, having to go through years of environmental assessments, et cetera, without any real commitment from the MNR also poses huge risks as well. So, you know, it's one bad solution or another bad solution is basically what council's being presented with today. And, you know, I guess time will tell here that should something go amiss with this, then it is very likely as a result of that pressure in the area. And it, you know, gives even more weight to the fact that it was the MNRF that caused this problem in the beginning. And with, I think they talked about 271 wells in the vicinity. So, you know, again, for our residents' sake, I really hope that this is the right solution. We've spent a long time now, you know, putting other experts on the case. And if this is the recommendation, I think this is what we need to move forward with. But again, I don't know that we can it's certainly not an easy decision, and you know, I think we need to keep a close eye on the situation as we move forward.
Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chairman, from what I'm hearing, it's almost more reasonable to call it a capital liability rather than a capital asset.
Any further debate on the motion? Councillor Van Andriessen?
No, not debate, but at least the comment that we're damned if we do and damned if we don't, because something has to happen here, and people have been waiting a long time. So let's hope, cross our fingers, and pray to God that it helps and not hinders the situation. Thank you.
Mayor Chop, for your second opportunity.
Yeah, sorry, and I just should add to that, you know, again, as I mentioned earlier, Bill, I hope we can put the pressure on them to pay for the matrix report as well. And I understand there's a campaign going on right now, and I haven't really heard much discussion of this matter so far. And so I'm hoping at a political level, at a provincial level rather, that we start hearing a little bit more discussion on this, because this issue, I think, is far from over with this well alone. We have thousands of wells in southwestern Ontario, and this is going to be a problem for us for years to come. So this is a key, I think, agenda at the provincial level, and I'm hoping that we're going to hear more out of the candidates on that.
Anything further? With that, I will call the question. All of those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. One moment. Thank you, Bill. And we'll be moving back to staff report HSS 2204, the 2001 homelessness enumeration results. Sorry to flip-flop on you there, Heidi, but it was just me overlooking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask Stephanie Rice, Acting Director of Social Services and Housing, to present the report.
Thank you, Heidi, and good afternoon. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the members of the committee. The purpose of the report is to present the findings or the results of the 2021 homelessness enumeration. The recommendation is that the report be received as information. In 2018, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing directed all service managers to conduct a homelessness enumeration in our service areas. This was to be done biannually. Due to COVID, this was delayed until 2021. The methodology used this time was a point-in-time count. And the goal of enumeration is to gather data and information to provide both to the ministry and for service managers to use to plan and evaluate current programming and to look to the future for different ways to address homelessness in our communities. The point in time count targeted 3 types of homelessness: unsheltered, emergency sheltered, and provisionally accommodated. The majority of those that we found in the November 17-18 enumeration are what we call provisionally accommodated, or we often refer to that as the hidden homeless. That can be couch surfing, somebody in a treatment program, that type of thing. So 62% of our homeless population on November 17th were found to be provisionally accommodated. To conduct the enumeration, staff worked with volunteers, street teams, and 20 local agencies worked with us to conduct the enumeration. We could not have done such an in-depth job if we did not have the community agencies support us with this. So we're very grateful for their time, resources, and commitment to help us with this. 117 individuals were found to be experiencing homelessness on November 17th in Haldimand and Norfolk counties. Comparing that to 2018, there were 79 individuals who were found at that time through our enumeration. The top reasons that people cited as for the experiencing of homelessness, 35% stated that they did not have sufficient funds to pay for housing, 24% noted substance use issues, and 23% noted that COVID was responsible for their loss of housing. There are a number of details in the report, but I'll highlight some of the findings of the individuals who completed surveys with us. So of the 117, 102 individuals completed surveys with us to give a little bit more detail on who are these individuals who are experiencing homelessness in our counties. 79% are in receipt of social assistance. So that includes Ontario Works and the ODSP, or the Ontario Disability Support Program. 61% are male. The average age is 40. The average age of the first time that the person experienced homelessness was 31. 72% cited a mental health issue. 70% cited substance use issues. 27% had been involved in the foster care or child welfare system, and 17% identified as being Indigenous. The important thing to note of the enumeration is that it is simply a moment in time or a point in time count, and it is very likely an underrepresentation of homelessness in our communities. The results of this study validate what we have already known. All of us have known that homelessness exists in Haldimand, Norfolk County, so it validates that information for us and provides a snapshot of what was happening on November 17th. The information, again, is utilized both by the ministry and by service managers to make plans for the future on how to better address homelessness in our communities. With that, I'd like to turn it over to for questions if there are any.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from council? Seeing no hands, we do have a printed, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I guess I would just pose a bit of a generic, open-ended question. You know, we've seen a substantial increase since the last enumeration was done, from 8% to 33.4%. We know that we have a pending staff report that's going to come back to us on warming centers and things like that. Is there anything else that can be added into that report or another report that can just essentially touch on what we're missing here? Some of the service gaps. I know that we're not in a position to build infrastructure and put a roof over everyone's head, but there's got to be a jumping off point here with such a substantial increase in homelessness. So any comments from staff are appreciated.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Martin. Thank you. That's a great question, and absolutely quite concerning, the jump in numbers that we're seeing, plus the visibility of homelessness is becoming more of a pressing matter. There will be 3 reports coming forward through the next cycle. So there will be, there's additional information that we've received from the ministry on funding. So we have 3 separate reports that all interrelate with one another that will review options, some additional funding supports that we have, and will be a really good solid first step in, I think, moving forward with the things that we've known that are happening and the things that we need to continue to do. In no way is it an end-all or be-all solution, but it is certainly a really next good step. So with that, I look forward to presenting those reports at the next cycle to provide some further details, some information, and some next action items to address a clearly pressing and it's a worse situation than I think we probably had expected. Maybe we should have been, but it is concerning to see the numbers, and when we see the stats laid out, and we recognize that those are human beings, those are individuals in our communities. I think it becomes much more of an urgency that we feel that we need to address this as not only as a service manager, but as a county, as a community, you know, and so on and so forth. It will take many of us together to really to have a solid solution. We know that to end homelessness, we need affordable, accessible, appropriate housing for all individuals in our communities. That is something that not Norfolk County, Haldimand County, and quite frankly, the entire country and beyond is experiencing right now. And it's quite a sad and urgent situation. So with that, I'll stop and let you know that there's more to come, and that this work will probably not be done for a very long time, and we recognize that, but we're looking forward to taking some bigger next steps in order to address the issues in our counties. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. My only follow-up would be when roughly can we expect to see those reports coming in? Obviously, homelessness is time sensitive if you are one of those individuals who's impacted, but we definitely have nicer weather on our hands at the moment, and so the sooner we could, discuss potential action items, the better. So when could we expect to have those 3 reports?
For sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Martin, April 25th, they'll be coming to advisory. So the next cycle, the very next cycle so as soon as possible.
Anything further, Councillor Martin? Thank you. Councillor Columbus, followed by Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Norfolk County, I recall, once had a poverty action committee. Is it still in existence? Can you comment on that? And were they involved in this process if they were?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Columbus. Yes, they still are in existence. Staff has actually recently engaged with this committee on an initiative that they are looking at undertaking to create or provide some further housing options for individuals. So that work is ongoing, and once we come to terms of reference and have a bit of a handle on what that looks like, we'll bring that information forward to you. But yes, they are in existence, and yes, we are interacting with them at this time to look at some other community-based solutions. The more creative solutions that we can find, the better.
Thank you.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you to Stephanie. Stephanie, thank you very much for your report. Stephanie, you indicated that the incidence of homelessness has increased markedly over the past few years, and you said, and now it has become much more visible. Could you provide some examples maybe for the public about that visibility?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Michelle. First of all, the point in time study, my apologies for the enumeration, noting that we found 117 individuals this time versus 79 last time, shows us that homelessness is more visible and was more accessible for us to find. So that sort of ties into that comment. The other part of that comment was related to in the fall, there were some individuals who were living in encampments, setting up tents on county property and so on. And so the visibility of homelessness became on our radar through some of those experiences. And so that's what I'm generally talking about. We also hear from other service agencies and providers that they're seeing more people who are experiencing homelessness in their day-to-day interactions with individuals. So across both counties, both we and both the community at large and other providers are seeing more homelessness or talking to people who are stating, yes, I'm experiencing homelessness. So although it may seem somewhat anecdotal, I think the fact that, first of all, like I said, through this study, we discovered more individuals, that's a really key component of that comment, that it is more visible. And then through other experiences that we've all had, hearing more about it, seeing it more, seeing it in the news, seeing it across all of the communities in Ontario and beyond, it is truly becoming more of a pressing matter and more of a visible matter across, like I said, the country and likely beyond that. So we're seeing it, which means, in my opinion, we really need to make some bold steps forward to address this across the counties and beyond that.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Welcome.
Thank you. And seeing no further hands, is there a mover for staff recommendation? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michelle. Any debate on the motion? All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to staff report EIS 22017, the approval of sole source supplier status for Trojan Industries. Al, will you be introducing this report?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Larry Conrad, our Director of Environmental Services, is on as well and is prepared to answer any questions council has. I think the report is self-explanatory. If council does have any questions, please let us know.
Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Van Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I apologize for not knowing, but Trojan Industries, where is that out of? Oh, we don't know.
London, Ontario.
Out of London? Okay. All right. Okay, just diverted here with the photo on the, where it's an upside down world, I guess. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from committee? Seeing none, do we have a mover for staff recommendation? Councillor Rabbits, and seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to staff report EIS 22018, sole source supplier programmable logic controllers, PLCs. Al, will you be introducing this report as well?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Once again, the report is quite succinct. It expresses the desire and the requirement for the sole source. If council does have any questions, once again, Larry is at the meeting and he can answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. Any questions from committee? Seeing none, do we have a mover for staff's recommendation? Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Vandendriessche. Is there any debate on the motion? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No debate, just I don't believe the recommendation as printed in the agendas maybe totally captures. We usually receive as information and among a few others, but.
Teresa?
Just one moment, I'll have to see what is in there.
It would just be the addition of the received as information. Is that what you're seeing, Councillor Martin? Yeah.
Through the chair, I can add that into the motion that we received the report for information and then the second clause that was published in the agenda.
Thank you. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Staff report 8.3.3, sorry, item 8.3.3, staff report EIS 22001. This is the Jalen Crescent resurfacing options. Al, will you be introducing the staff report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have on the meeting both Bill and Mike King, and they will take you through the report and with all the various recommendations. This one does have a bit of history, so both Mike and Bill will take you through this.
Thank you, Chair. I just I told Mike I would take the lead, and I left the room. I'm just checking for my notes here. Okay, I'm prepared. Through the Chair to County Council staff report, Jalen Crescent is. I will present as GM Ops, and Mike King was the author of the report. So long history with this road, as you all know. I'll do a brief review of the report, and then maybe I'll turn it over to Mike for anything I may have missed. Staff are recommending and supporting option 3 in the report. I'll cut right to the chase, which is 2 layers of hot mix paving on the surface of the road. $69,000 to complete this work. It is also a budget amendment. However, it's not the whole $69,000. $60,000 was in the engineering 2022 budget, so it was accounted for. Staff had put it in. It did come $9,000 over top of that, and finance has said that that's the budget amendment will be covered by the gas tax. There's also the need to establish a easement for the stormwater off of this road to get a legal and proper drainage. That will have some cost, but it's kind of a cost of doing business. It's incorporated into the operating budget to get that easement. And the other request is to have Norfolk County pass a bylaw to dedicate Jalen Crescent as a highway within Norfolk County. This here, obviously the history of this is it ties back to a former Ontario or OMB ruling. And there's a number of things mentioned in there about the marina. However, when it came to the road agreement, the OMB ruling said that there had to be an agreement between the owner of the marina and the municipality to be sure the road was maintained. And staff believe at any time or when the municipality decided to dedicate this road as a highway, that then that maintenance agreement would no longer exist. So I'm not sure. Council may have a few questions on the ruling and some of the past history. I think this report is staff tried to have it just deal with the road itself. And by dedicating this as a highway, Norfolk County becomes responsible for the maintenance of the road. And that's why we're asking for it to be hot mixed. 2 layers of hot mix will stand up to the travel. There are also heavier boats pulling in and out of the marina on an incline. And we did discuss the other options of, doing nothing, leaving as it is, which really isn't an option. A double tar and chip, which doesn't have the structural strength. So that's about all I need to say about the report. And Mike, not to put you on the spot, is there anything else you'd like to add? I believe there's some infrastructure that's been put in Jalen Crescent that you probably want to chat about and how that works into the plan as well.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to committee, in 2021, as part of the road project by Don John, we installed a new 150 millimeter water main along the entire length. Now, this was to look after the water quality issues and increase fire flow as well, too. Also, we did a little work on the easterly end of the road too. We extended the sanitary sewer, and we put another 20 meters of sewer in, actually probably the manhole as well too. So there's currently 2 vacant unserviced lots along there, but because the water main would be located off the edge of the new asphalt road, it would not be required to be probably cut. And because the servicing for the sanitary would have to be like a force main, they would run it in the boulevard and tie in on the existing manhole. So that is all of the comments that I have. So I'll leave it open for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question to the staff is the recommendation does speak about pursuing that easement agreement, but I'm sure this goes without saying, but clarification or confirmation would be appreciated that we will be getting the agreement prior to doing road work. Is that accurate?
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. There is an existing storm outlet now which runs along the edge of the commercial property there, so it has been existing for a long time. One of the major benefits to pursue the easement would be that we would have the access to actually repair and maintain that pipeline as well. So it's there. So we just want it on title that we can actually access it and look after it.
Thanks, Mike. No, I agree. I think that's great, but my question is, will we be getting an agreement to be able to access that infrastructure prior to doing the road work?
Yeah, sorry, follow up. Through the chair to Councillor Martin. Yeah, we would, if this report is approved, the recommendations are basically approved, then we would approach the owners as well. Then we would enter into negotiations, so we'd have to get the easement on title. But that's not something that would happen right away. It would probably take 2 or 3 months or more. And right now our schedule for paving would probably be somewhere in the summertime. So we would be pursuing that easement as soon as possible, but it may or may not be in place when we are actually paving the roadway.
Okay, thank you. So my preference is let's get the road paved and get this off of, it's been hanging over Norfolk County and some private property owners' heads for a long time. Also, Norfolk County does a lot of maintenance, spraying down the gravel to keep the dust down when the boats go over. And I don't think our staff, need to continue to spend their time and energy on that. But my preference would be if we're going to do things in a transparent manner. There was an OMB hearing and maintenance was supposed to be collected from property owners. So I would prefer to get the agreement done first and then pave the road. So I'm just seeking clarification on the timing of that as it's listed in the recommendation, because I think it's I think that's our leverage. I believe the landowners, most of them want it paved as well, but the easement would be pretty critical.
Right, Councillor Van Passen, followed by Mayor Chop.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a follow-up on those comments, we could probably spend the next hour or two trying to trace all the problems to this little area and the missteps and try to lay blame, or we can just move on and fix it. And I think one of the problems is that the paving was listed as a provisional item on one of the contracts. And if we accept it today, it's going to be the cheapest job we ever get for this road, but it's going to fit the schedule of the contractor who's doing some other roads in Dover at the same time. And I'm sure our staff will work diligently to get the easement done beforehand, but if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to hold up this project and the paving of it just because the other piece of paper is not in line, because there are other means. If we can't negotiate it, there are other means for the municipality to get that, whether the landowner wants it or not. So at whatever point, I'd be happy to move this recommendation if you would choose to open the floor for that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop.
Councillor Van Passen took the words right out of my mouth, that I think we can leave it to staff to negotiate the easement in due course and to move ahead with the job as well. So I'd be happy to recommend or to second rather the motion as presented.
Thank you. I've got it moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Mayor Chop. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. I see that our deputation is online. That is Mr. Kustra, right? Yep, perfect. Saw Andy there. So is it all right if we move on to that, Teresa, or do we have to wait till the 3:30 is posted? We're good?
Through the chair, if the deputation is ready to go, I think we could move into that.
Wonderful. Are you prepared, Andy? Just make sure. There we go. When you start, I'll start your 5 minutes.
Through the chair, Mr. Kuster, you seem to be on mute. Through the chair, it looks like the deputation has left the meeting, is going to try to re-enter.
Sorry about that.
You're very quiet there. I barely heard you say that.
Sorry about that. Can you hear that? Can you
but
hear me now?
You're welcome to proceed, and we'll see if the audio is okay.
Okay. Let me start by saying that for more than a decade, our board has been developing our plan for the Waterford Heritage Trail and Shadow Lake. And our mandate is to develop and maintain infrastructure so that the residents of all demographics may have better access and thus enjoyment of the site. We're also mandated to promote, improve, and maintain native plants and habitat. During this decade or so, we have, of course, initially opened the trail for recreational use, installed bridges and boardwalks to provide access to all parts of the site. It really is quite a water world out there. Installed picnic sites, provided water and electric services to the assembly area, installed docks for fishers and paddlers, place signs that highlight the historical evolution of the site. And of particular pertinence today, we developed a 5-kilometer nature recreational walking trail through the woods west of Black Bridge. And I'm seeing an image in front of me. Does everyone see that image, that map? Otherwise, Julie, could you put up map number or image trail 1? Trail 1, sorry. The map.
We can see a map. Are you looking for a specific trail map on the screen?
No, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure if everybody was seeing that. Okay, so if you look to the west of the sort of intersection area where the bridges are, you'll see a bunch of squiggly lines there around the ponds. That's 5 kilometers of walking trail, recreational trail that we developed. We put in a nice boardwalk entrance there last year, so it's easily accessible to walkers and even mountain bikers if they want to use it. So just let me acknowledge that all of this that I'm talking about couldn't have happened without the support of individuals, groups, businesses, grants, and the county. But now we have an opportunity to once again add to our infrastructure and to improve the enjoyment of another demographic. And I'm referring to those who prefer to ride their bikes on pavement and to those with mobility issues. As far as the cyclists are concerned, there's a growing group of seniors using battery-assisted bicycles who certainly prefer riding on asphalt. And then as far as mobility goes, we're talking about people with scooters, walkers, parents with strollers, wheelchairs. At the moment, we have approximately 3 kilometers of pavement in Waterford. Now, you may picture a gravel surface that looks like this. Image number 2, please, Julie. But eventually it becomes this. The next one, number 3. And then finally this, number 4. So just imagine someone with a scooter or a walker or a stroller trying to go down there, or someone on a bicycle encountering someone coming the other way, have to pass on the grass, and it just won't feel very secure. And will we see accidents there? No, we won't. Because you know what? Those folks won't be here. They won't go there. They won't use it. They won't have, this sort of condition bars their access to this site. So we're not looking to pave it all, though. We just want to expand access to this other important demographic. So, and the question could be, is paved accessibility important? Well, you can visit accessnow.com. Julie, is that possible to play that?
And just a heads up, we are getting towards a minute. The link isn't
Okay.
popping up.
Well, okay, so I would just encourage all of you to just have a look at that and just see how what this group certainly believes it's important. With the support of the Trans-Canada Trail, they are going about documenting accessible trails throughout the country, all of Canada, and posting them on their website. In conclusion, this proposal is in keeping with what we have been doing as a board for the past 10 years. That is, improving the facilities so that all have a chance to enjoy it. And I'm ready for questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there
Thank
any
you.
questions?
Thanks, Julie.
Councillor Huffman.
Good afternoon, Andy. Thanks for coming back.
Okay.
There's been a great deal of discussion about this issue on social media pages and through my county email, and I've been contacted by phone in all kinds of ways.
Yeah.
There seems to be, you've answered some of the questions, but there seems to be a lot of concern regarding habitat. turtles, foxes, the nesting, the birds, that this would be a disruption to the habitat. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, yes, I've seen some of those comments, and as I said, part of our mandate is to promote habitat and protect wildlife, and the design of a lot of the site keeps that in mind, and we consider that every time we do something. So I think a particular concern that I heard was the idea of the turtles laying eggs along the trail, especially along the section from Mechanic up to the next concession. I've driven by there myself, and at one time I saw as many as a dozen turtles there, so I know they're there. So a couple of things. The turtles don't lay the eggs in the middle of the trail. They cross the trail. A lot of them seem to cross the trail and do it on the far side. But I'm not an expert on that, and dare I say that a lot of the opinions come from not actually experts either. But I can say here that as a group, we're committed to making sure that the habitat is protected, and I can commit to engaging a biologist to give us advice on that, and we will follow the advice of the biologist.
Okay, and that's great. I like that. I like that answer because I think some of these are you know, opinions of different people, and I think we need to have, you know, an expert opinion in there. Now, the other concern that I've received from a lot of people, and it appears to be people who are utilizing the trail. We need to keep that in mind as well, you know, for people who are actually utilizing the trail on a regular basis. There is some concern regarding the difficulty that it causes for maybe some of the seniors and things like that with the pavement and being hard on their joints and feet and the heat temperature for animals and things like that. Are there any other surfaces other than pavement that you've looked at in terms of putting on this section of the trail?
I quite honestly, no, I don't think anything else, not that I could think of, would be practical. But let's face it, people walk on sidewalks all the time. That's hard. Yes, asphalt is hotter, but the county very consistently maintains a 1 meter wide strip on both sides. So yes, if there is a hot section, pets can certainly walk in the grass beside it. A good part of the trail is shaded as well. So it's only an issue in some areas. And I want to bring back again that area that we did develop already, the walking trail, where you can go walking through the woods where it's a lot cooler, and that's available too. So it's not that some of those points don't have validity. It's just that we're not trying to do this to the entire site. There still will be plenty of places for people who feel like they don't want to walk on asphalt. There'll still be plenty of places for them in other occasions.
Okay, thank you for those answers. I appreciate them.
Mayor Chop.
Well, Councillor Huffman just asked a couple of them, just again with the concerns with people that that actually, you know, that prefer it to remain as gravel, for concerns with bicyclists at high speed and so on. Anything that you have to say to that end?
Well, you know, bicyclists are responsible to be careful when they're using the trail. It is a trail that combines walkers and cyclists. I don't know that, you know, I don't know that paving it makes it that much faster. Anybody who really wants to go on a long, steady road ride is probably going to still stick to the road, because here you have to stop at every concession, go through the gates. You know, that's about a 1.4 kilometers between concessions. So, you know, I just go by what I see on the Brantford Trail, which is what we're trying to replicate here. And from my own experience using it, I've never seen that as being a problem.
Thanks, Andy. Just two other questions. So one on in terms of, you know, reaching out to a biologist. I guess my concern sort of ties into the next question, which is, you know, we're willing to commit 100,000 now, but what are we looking at? You know, what is the life cycle on pavement on a trail? What is the fundraising from your end in, you know, in terms of future replacement costs? While, you know, we're getting support up front, is this now going to be, you know, part of our future capital asset management program, and we're going to incur significant costs down the road? And two, you know, I guess I look at the costs that we've incurred out in Long Point with the turtle fencing there and so on, and I have some concerns if we start going too far down that road, then this is going to be just more than repaving. Now we're going to be, you know, facing additional fencing costs and so on now and into the future.
Well, just as far as just to go at that last point first, then the situation on Long Point and the danger to wildlife there is the fact that the wildlife is crossing a roadway with traffic on it. We've got bicyclists here and walkers, so I don't think the same kind of issue really applies. As far as the maintenance goes, well, I think Mr. Quillen already noted last time that it was expected the last 20 years, or he might agree with me that considering it's on a solid, well-drained railway road bed and gets very light traffic, it might easily last another 5 or 10 years more, but it won't last forever. But when was the last time you didn't rebuild a road because you're going to have to do it again 20 or 30 years down the road? That's just part of, you know, that's just part of the infrastructure maintenance and upkeep. That's just part of the it's part of the deal of living in Canada, I would say. That's a big part of why it has the lifespan it does.
Oh, I understand it's going to need to be replaced. I guess my question was in terms of commitment from the organization to, it's one thing to say, well, we're going to help put some money up front, but then what often happens is people forget that down the road, all of these additional assets that we build need to be replaced and maintained and so on and so forth. So it's not just this initial upfront cost that we're looking at incurring a lifelong cost now for the trail. So that's, you know, also another concern that I've heard in several of the emails that we've received. So I just wondered if you had any comments as to, you know, potential future fundraising as ongoing to create a reserve of some sort, so that when it comes time for the road to be replaced, that there were funds available through the association as well.
Well, excuse me, as far as maintenance goes, we already do that now. We in conjunction with the county, but if there's repairs needed, we've been looking after that. Certainly, I'm not in a position to commit what a group that runs this 25 years from now will do. I can't really do that, but I would just say that you know, it's a pretty good deal for the county, and I guess I don't really know how to answer that other than to say that anything that's built eventually needs to be maintained and repaired. As long as we're there, we'll be maintaining it. But I can't speak for you know, this group 25 years down the road, because we don't own the property. We lease it from the county. So even though we're actually buying and installing most of it, we are it actually is in the end will belong to the county.
Was that anything further, Marchop, or no? Any further questions? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many dollars do you have in the bank account right now, and when would you anticipate this project commence?
At this moment, we have about $70,000 in the bank, with the commitment for about another 100 already. I can't tell you exactly when it would commence, because we also are applying for grants, and we have more fundraising to do. At this point, we sort of are thinking next year, but who knows? Maybe it should be quicker. Yeah,
That's what I want to hear, exactly when you plan on kind of fulfilling your commitment, your project commitment. Thanks.
Yeah.
Anything further from committee? Seeing no further questions, could I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Would council like to discuss the accompanying staff report at this time during staff reports or later in the meeting? Getting some nods, so I will need a motion to bring that up. If Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to staff report, OPS 22006. Mr. Cridland, will you be presenting this report?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So we're talking on the paying report, correct, to go with the deputation?
Yes, the Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, County Council. I learned late last night that Mr. Cloister was coming to do a deputation, so I actually don't have my report in front of me, but I did make a few notes. So obviously, I think the report was presented. It's the same report that was presented last time, and then basically, you know, we had to do a little bit of delay to get Andy and his group back. So I think the only thing that I can add, and I'm not sure if it'll help County Council in their decision, is staff reached out to a number of municipalities, different people in the trail business. We looked at different trails committees, and we looked at our own, trail policies and stuff, and we really didn't come up with anything where there was a preferred material for a trail. Some generalities are an urban trail through a park are generally hard topped. And the more rural type trails as this one are an aggregate, and that could be a limestone aggregate, or there was a number of different items, screenings you could use and such. To make a long story short, there is no right or wrong here. A paved trail actually, is probably a maintenance, a little less maintenance in the early part of the years, and I will agree with Andy that we could push a trail pavement out to 30 years. It depends. It's a solid base. Then one might argue, you don't get the compaction because you've got smaller equipment putting it down. And dollars at a municipality or trail area did come up a few times. Paving is nice if you have the money, and I know Brant County, they went through, I believe it was the RINKS program, so it was some one-time funding, and that's where they had put it. And talking to Andy earlier today, I mean, that's the same example Norfolk County is in. They've got somebody raising 75% or 75-cent dollars for themselves. So we really can't help you on that. We did also look into the wildlife issue, because I don't think I answered that very well last time in front of council, but you're right, any turtles that are laying on the top of the surface, the surface is packed harder, tougher for the eggs to be laid. Also, you have bikers, you have walkers. The success of any eggs laying on the top are probably very, very few are going to, but they tend to use the sides of the trails more, where there are the trees which cool things down as well. So I think from this standpoint, staff have talked, and there are pros and cons to paved trail and in aggregate trails. But one thing that does stand out that I will agree with Andy is changing age demographics. All of our rec plans and stuff talk about the aging demographics here in Ontario, and Norfolk is slightly ahead of that. I think we had that talk when we looked at our arena. So with that, mobility issues are going to grow. And paved trails are obviously smoother and much easier for folks with mobility issues to transfer. So anyways, just some work that staff have done the last couple weeks on that. But again, not probably a lot of help, other than every municipality is a little different. Depends on the time, the money they have at the time, and somebody as this group that's willing to come forward helps as well.
Thank you, Bill. Are there any questions for committee? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill, there's a paved trail like this that runs through a little bit of woodlot and a lot of trees beside it, as it's been indicated. There's a lot of shade. Does it, or would it require any winter maintenance?
Through the chair, Councilor Shelley, we don't do winter maintenance on our road trails, so it would be no extra work whether it's paved or granular. We don't have a program or do winter control on that section of the trail.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Van Driesche,
Yeah,
followed by Councillor Huffman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. We've made cutbacks in many items in Norfolk County here. Where do we find $100,000? Most of my emails, and I will tell you, have come to me saying we've got roads that are in deplorable conditions. We have other items that need improvement, and we're not doing them. In this particular case, as you've indicated, the trail could be of some form of aggregate. That is a possibility you've indicated there. Even if you went to pavement, I would be concerned for the turtles because with pavement, will it be, here's the question, will it be an elevation of 4 to 5 inches? And I've seen a lot of turtles and they don't have long legs. So how are they to cross that kind of area? So 2 questions, where and how can we afford it? And 2, is pavement elevated?
Yeah, thank you through the chair to the councillor. I'll start with the second question first. If the paving is done, I believe Andy can imagine it will be a 2-inch overlay, maybe 2.5 at the most. And with that paving operation, there would have to be additional granulars brought into the edges to smooth out like a road shoulder. Because if you had a 2 or 3 inch drop off, it's a bit of a liability for bikers, people to twist ankles and things. So it would be brought up to the edge. As far as where the fund is going to come from, it's probably maybe a question more suited to, I'm not sure if finance, as an ops guy, it wouldn't come out of, say, the levy budget for 2022, because I don't think the paving is going to happen in 2023. So I think the original report did mention that it would be a capital project item put in for the 2023 capital budget of the county's $100,000. And I think Mr. Koister just wanted to, if it's given the green light, to go ahead and start his fundraising and get things going. So if council passes it, finds the money in the budget for 2023, it's the money will be there and he'll have his there and contracting be sent out and paving can happen. So.
Kathy, have you got a response on that?
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Through Councillor Van Driesche, Bill is correct. We had recommended in 2023 that we'd increase the levy by 100,000 in order to for Norfolk County's contribution. We would also, in the operating budget, would need to work with Bill and his group on an amount to increase maintenance costs that they do in the summertime, plus an increase in the reserve for the future replacement of the paving in 20 to 30 years, no matter how long it would take to replace. So again, it's all through the levy at this time, as it's a brand new and a change. So we don't have any replacement reserves at this time.
Councillor Huffman and Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Through you to Bill. Do we, as a county, do we have the expertise in terms of working with the Trail Association and the wildlife aspect in terms of the turtles and things like that? I know that there was just something that was on social media the other day regarding I hope I don't get this wrong. Was it turtle houses? Was it? Someone must have seen it. No? Okay. We were talking about it earlier, so I know other people saw it, but they're not answering me right now. Pardon? Turtle boxes or something like that. Do we have any expertise within our core group to work in collaboration with the Trail Association? Or would this be something that we would source outside?
Well, I can start through the chair to the councillor. There are a road ecology group who are working in the area as some of the work on the causeway, and different groups that do have the turtle. Yeah, I do know what you mean now. I laughed. I wasn't sure where you're going, but yeah, there's safe havens for the turtles to come in once the eggs are laid. They're covered up and nature, they hatch and then it's removed and they go on their way. So there is a lot of information out there through trail groups, through the ecology group. We've learned a fair bit from the causeway group, with the eco passages and stuff. So wouldn't say we're real experts, but again, there's enough information out there that a lot of municipalities are incorporating items like this into some trails. And even as you go up north, you'll see some of the major arteries have huge eco passages, which we didn't have 10 years ago, and nesting sites at ends and things like that. So I think we could pull something off for support. It's not, and it wouldn't cost a lot.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'm hearing from Mr. Cridlin and Mr. Kustra is that this project would not happen until the year 2023 anyway. And I think then the normal path would be it would come to its capital item. So it would come to the capital budget, which occurs in the fall of the year, October, November. And I'm just wondering whether it should not be deferred to the capital budget discussions for the year 2023.
Through the chair to the councillor, maybe Kathy can comment, but I think that was our understanding. In principle, they can start their fundraising, which it sounds like that's well underway. But I think council would still, I believe, have a review of this in 2023 and say it's an extremely tough year. The trail paving will have to wait for a year, or it's in there and we're able to fund. Kathy, have I answered that incorrectly from finance?
That's correct, Bill. I think the organization is looking for some support so that they can start and continue to fundraise. And we would put it in the 2023 budget, and council again would consider it again when they're presented with the 2023 10-year plan.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay, so if we supported this in principle today, Bill, would this not give you time then to still do some research to determine whether or not there's some grant opportunities that would be able to fund the county's portion?
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, we would work with the group and see what might come in. As we know, the last year or so anyways, federal and provincial government grants have seemed to be a lot of money coming out. I think it also maybe if Andy's agreeable, maybe staff could walk or view some of the trail and maybe through some of the sensitive areas, maybe it isn't paved. Maybe you stop paving for 100 meters. Maybe it's not ideal. I'm not sure what Andy will say of that, but yeah, we could get a better handle on it and maybe areas like that. Plus, look for grant money. A lot changes in a year, and it does seem like there's a lot of money going for senior governments right now to get the economy back going after COVID.
Like I guess what I'm suggesting is that it's similar to what we did with Inwell, that if the opportunity arose for some applications for grant money, that it would reduce our contribution to the project. So I know you said in terms of working with the group to put that in, but what I would be looking for was to find some ways to reduce the contribution on our end. I'd also be curious for staff to work with the committee to look at future fundraising and if there's an opportunity to start a reserve fund of sorts, so that as needs arose, whether that's through maintenance of turtle habitats or repaving of the road in the future and so on, that there would also be some funds there available down the road.
Okay, understood here.
So anything further from committee? Councillor Huffman.
Habitats, that was the word I was looking for.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm the guilty party who pulled this from the last meeting to get a bit more input, and I got my wish, I will say that much. And I've never really seen an issue that was such a 50-50 division that, no matter what we do, we're going to be half right and half wrong. So that takes some pressure off us. But, I reached out to former Councillor Jim Oliver, who's been very involved with the trail systems across Norfolk for the last 25 years that I know of. And, I could relay some of his comments that the pavement it's more interesting for people on bicycles. And there is a great amount of traffic that comes from Brantford. They sort of stop at the county line, some continue, some turn around, go back. And part of the idea could be to entice them to come to Waterford. And by God, it would just about be lunchtime. So let's stop in, have a little bite to eat, do a little shopping, then head back to Brantford. So from an economic development point of view, I can understand it. I don't understand the logic, and I'll have to ask Councillor Michelle to help me out on this one. But if you could sing a few lines of Paved Paradise and put up a parking lot kind of thing, that concept, my experience is hiking through woodlots where there are no trails. So I'm not an expert on this type of thing. I'll concede that. But, if this were to go forward, I would hope that, the money's going to be tagged out of the Economic Development Fund and not out of the roads budget, as Councillor Van Driesche has brought to our attention. But I do have a question for staff. Because it is an election year, didn't the province change the rules? And we can't really do anything more than commit in principle, because we're not allowed to do a budget until January for the levy operating budget. Is that correct? So, the best we can do is, I think, and this is what the group is asking for, commit in principle, and then it would be up to council in January of 2023 to actually decide whether the project went forward. And, I have no problem in supporting it in principle based on the fact that it's not coming from the road money, because, I've heard the comments from the public, and there's a group out there that would enjoy it. There's some that are opposed, but I think Mr. Kuistra has explained there are other trails that are not going to be paved, so people will have access to both. And, the committee's done great work in Waterford for the last number of years, and I don't want to hold them up just because I don't like pavement in a nice forested area in the middle of nowhere where you can enjoy Mother Nature. So I will leave my comments at that and see where the discussion goes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Alice had a hand up there.
So yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee members, my preference would be not to have anything approved in principle. I would prefer that we have specific direction to staff. And I believe the sequence of events should be, as the report stated, assuming the group collects the amount of money that they said, the next step would be for this council to consider it during the 2023 budget process. I think if we can revise the recommendations as well to include some of the recommendations that are coming from the committee members, number one, in terms of potential outreach, in terms of funding sources, whether it's grants or other things. The province is certainly spending a lot of money promoting active transportation, and we could certainly make some applications to some of those programs. Also include in that recommendation the desire to work with the group about a potential ongoing relationship in terms of fundraising to offset capital costs, ongoing maintenance costs, things of that sort. And the third one, of course, would be to solidify some of the things that Councillor Van Passen just mentioned. So in an ideal world, the recommendation is very prescriptive so that as staff, we know exactly what this committee is looking for. It would come back to council for the 2023 budget for your consideration there, including funding sources, how we would fund it in relation to all of our priorities for 2023. And then council at that time would make an informed decision and direct staff how to proceed.
Thank you, Al. Anything further from council? Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with reference to Councillor Van Passen's comments earlier, asking if I would sing a few bars of a song connected to Paving Paradise, I'm going to respectfully decline out of the idea that I do not want to hurt Joni Mitchell's feelings. Thank you.
Anything further? With that, we do have a staff recommendation printed. I'd be looking for a mover of staff recommendation or an alternative.
I believe the CAO recommended some amendments to that motion, so I was just wondering if we could maybe take a 2-minute break so I can work that out with him and then put a motion on the screen when we come back.
Of course. Two minutes is fine.
Okay.
County boy.
Yeah, Norfolk County boy. Yeah. If you're gonna put a location on it, and if you're asking someone where you're from, this area, you always say Norfolk County.
No.
Unless you're from Port Dover.
Did you say Port Dover?
Then you say Port Dover for some reason.
I invited you to pick a place. So tell us where we are and why you decided to invite me here.
So we're at where I work, Blueberry Hill Estates, which my family owns as well too. This is where I spend probably my entire day every day of the year. So we're located on the patio here, and we basically are overlooking the patch. And you probably cannot see from the camera because it's on the other side of the camera, but the lake is just on the other side.
I love to hear about people's passion, and I know you have a lot of projects going on, and I want to dig further into your passion. So what do you think really stands out for you? What are you really passionate about?
So day in, day out, I'm typically making wine or working the field, so that's something I'm really passionate about. I'm also the president of the Ontario South Coast Wineries and Growers Association, which encompasses Norfolk along with other neighboring counties. And so I'm really passionate about trying to raise awareness of this area for growing grapes and making world-class wines.
And so winemaking, like what draws you to it? Why are you making your whole life right now? And why winemaking in Norfolk County?
Well, I guess you could say it's one of the best agricultural products you can make.
I agree.
It's something that you can
I'm Connor.
And I'm Steven.
And we are
Norfolk County's Digital Service Squad.
We're here to let you know that Digital Main Street is offering 3 unique ways to help small businesses right here in Norfolk County. The first limited time program is the Digital Service Squad. We're traveling all across Norfolk County to help small businesses with their digital strategies by offering free assessments and consultations. The Digital Transformation Grant. This $2,500 grant is available to qualified Norfolk County businesses who are looking to achieve their digital goals. We're instructing all interested businesses to act fast as the deadline to apply is October 31st. The grant application window is open now and all entries are reviewed on a first-come, first-served basis. Don't miss out on this great opportunity. Apply now. Digital Main Street has also
Welcome to episode 7 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people who live right here in Norfolk. I sit down with them, have a conversation, ask them about their stories, their passions. I'm excited to present our next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. Today I'm here with Dan. Hey, Dan.
Hey there, how are you?
Great.
Excellent.
Might be you stop by for coffee?
Yeah, well, nice of you to have me. I'm really delighted.
So we already had a good chat, but for people that don't know you, can you tell us a little bit more about you, where you live, and what you do?
Yeah. My name's Dan Fewings, and I was a Simcoe boy, an SCS.
Okay, and we're back. Sorry about the little delay there. I'd like to go to Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to waive the order of procedural, whatever. I can't think of the word. I can't think of words today. We have the deputation would like to speak or ask another question.
Right, we will need 2/3 majority on this. Do we have a seconder? Mayor Chop, all those in favor? And that is carried. Andy, you're welcome to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to council, when you asked me about the schedule, I should have been a little more expansive on that. Logically speaking, it would seem that we wouldn't have the funds together till next year. However, we are applying for grants. Some of them might require us to spend it this year. If that were to happen, we have made an arrangement to bridge the amount that council would be providing. So we would go ahead, but still we wouldn't need the funds until after it goes through the budget process at the end of this year and could be dispersed next year. I just wanted to make that clear that it could possibly happen just because of the way some of the grants are written. That was all. Thank you.
Mayor Chop.
Like another comment from our CEO, then I think Councillor Van Passen and Al are both correct that we can't bind a future council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to committee, that is correct. I think we may have captured a lot of this through the clerk. She's going to put it on the screen in terms of the recommendations. You know, in regards to, it sounded like the deputation talked about potentially starting the project this year. If that were the case, certainly our portion wouldn't be tied to that, and we would have to make an arrangement that our contribution would be separate from whatever work would be proceeding this year. But perhaps we can look at the screen and we can go through it.
So through the chair, if I may, the motion is as presented in the agenda, with exception of the last two clauses that we've added, which read, and that staff work with the Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project Group to explore other grant opportunities to cover both the county and the Trail Project Group's portions of funding, and that staff collaborate with the Trail Project Group for an ongoing fundraising campaign to cover ongoing operating expenses and contributions to a repair and replacement reserve.
Are there any further questions to staff? Councillor Huffman?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Did I miss the part where there was supposed to be some conversations regarding the environmental factor in terms of the turtles and the wildlife and the habitat, that there was going to be some discussion to occur around that?
Teresa?
So I don't
It's
have it
being
in
added.
there, but I can definitely put it in there.
Okay, I think that's an important aspect that we need to keep on top of.
Mayor Chop.
I'm also not sure about the sentence above, Teresa, and that if the fundraising dollars exceed the 350K target, the county contributions will be reduced by the additional fundraising amounts. It was specifically, I was looking at the county applying for particular grants and our $100,000 contribution being reduced by the grant amount.
Through the mayor, that clause there was added in at committee last time when this came forward. So if we want to remove that, we can, or amend that, but that was put in when this first came to committee in March. That was the clause that was put in. I'm open to whatever council directs or committee directs me.
Sorry, go ahead, Al.
I think, Madam Mayor, through you, Chair Taylor, I think your question is probably answered in the next paragraph or the next motion below where the clerk is writing now, that staff explore grant opportunities to cover both the county's portion and the trail group's portion. So based on this specific direction to staff, we will continue and start to work on identifying grant opportunities and make some grant applications that would hopefully also cover the expenses of the county.
I just don't know that that sentence provides that clarity. How are you going to, if we receive grant funding, are we just reducing everybody's portion equally? Or if it's specific that our staff are applying for grants and they're municipal grants, then it should be reducing our contribution, not both the contributions.
So through the chair, I believe the initial one that you identified was talking about the fact that if the entire project cost is 450,000 and the group raises more than 350, then our contribution would be less than the 100K.
Right.
And the second to last bullet then talks about that if we're able to apply for grants, that would reduce the county's portion of that budget, then we are certainly going to try to identify, and we'll work with the group in terms of their portion to try to cover their 350. But we'll also work specifically to cover our 100K portion of the project as well. So I think it covers both. I think we're fine. I think we understand the objective of what committee is telling us, and we are going to go and do our very best to raise as much funds as we can to insulate the taxpayer and get this project on the ground and get going.
So I just would like out of that second to last paragraph and the trail project groups removed. So it should just be in that, if it's our staff that's working to apply for the grant opportunities, it should be specific to our portion of the funding. If they are able to apply through their own, through the, different trail grant programs and so on with the association, then that obviously would be applicable to their portion.
And through the chair, I just added a couple highlighted pieces. I'm just wondering if that clarifies that first clause you were concerned about, by saying if the trail project group's fundraising dollars exceed the 350, the county's contributions towards the original 450 be reduced by the additional fundraising.
I'd prefer it just to be left how you had it, Teresa, actually.
Could I add something again, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Prices are going up very fast, and it could easily be that it's going to cost quite a bit more. So if it costs more, we'd have to raise more, but if we raise more, we'd get less from the county. Follow what I'm saying? Like all we were asking for from the county was a straight 100,000. Not to have it kind of gauged according to what the final cost will be, because it's quite possible, the way pricing is going, that it's going to be higher than that. So if we had to raise more money because the price went up, then we would get proportionately less from the county as the price goes up.
Understood. Mayor Chop?
I think that's fair, as long as it's more clearly stated in here that that is the maximum ask as well from the county, so that in the event that the price does increase, there won't be another deputation requesting additional funds. And then I think that's quite fair that any additional funds that they raise would go towards their own contribution.
I'm seeing nodding on the Mayor Chop statement there.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Can we provide a little bit more clarity and a maximum tax levy? I think it should just be a maximum contribution from the county of 100K. in the third paragraph, Teresa, you could have, and that funding for the Waterford Trail asphalt project be provided from donations, 350,000, and a maximum contribution from the tax levy of, so take the bracket, yeah.
Through the mayor, am I still leaving this clause in as well then, or am I removing?
I would remove that one as requested. That makes sense. Grant opportunities to cover the county's portion of the funding. Yep, that's good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could then we also revise the second last bullet? That staff, we don't, I think it's just that staff explore other grant opportunities to cover the county's portion.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Vanadrishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. With this particular
Could you
motion.
speak into the mic a little bit?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to read over there and speak over here. Looking at this motion, it basically gives me there is an intent to agree to give the 100,000, and yet we can't really make a commitment if it goes into 2023. And yet we don't know what environmentally this would impact, because Mr. Andy has indicated that he was going to follow up with the environmentalists or naturalists on the impacts to the trail. So I don't see any of that in there. And so I will indicate that I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Okay. Are we happy with how the motion stands before getting a mover?
Just to be clear again, so it still has to be approved in the 2023 capital budget by the new council. So this is not approving that funding. It's approving it. I don't want to use the word in principle because Al doesn't like that word, but effectively there is some commitment from our staff to go and explore grant opportunities and so on. If the opportunity does arise, if the funding goals are reached, then that would be our maximum contribution if the new council in 2023 approves it in the 2023 capital budget.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I thought that I had brought up earlier about the environmental in piece, the impact there, and that was going to be put into the motion, that there.
It's there now.
It's there? Okay, all right. So can we get it read out one final time then? Okay.
You read my mind. Teresa, would you read it for us?
Just before that, do we want to add any amendment in here, like at that stuff included in the 23 capital budget, subject to approval of council or something like that? So through the chair, the motion reads that the Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project staff report be received as information, and that staff include a project in the 2023 capital budget for the Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project in the amount of $450,000, subject to the approval of council at that time, and that funding for the Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project be provided from donations, $350,000, and a maximum contribution from the tax levy of $100,000. And that the Waterford Heritage Trail Asphalt Project only proceed in 2023 if the Waterford Heritage Trail Association fundraises the minimum of $350,000 for the project by January 1st, 2023, and that staff work with the Trail Project Group to undergo consultations related to habitat, environmental, and wildlife impacts related to this project, and that staff explore other grant opportunities to cover the county's portion of the funding, and that staff collaborate with the Trail Project Group for an ongoing fundraising campaign to cover ongoing operating expenses and contributions to a repair and replacement reserve.
Do we have a mover? Councillor Huffman. And a seconder? Councillor Martin, is there any debate on the motion?
Could I make a point? Could I make a point?
We've moved on to a debate portion now. I think that your opportunity is passed, sorry.
Well, it has to do with the date.
Through the chair, Councillor Michelle.
Councillor Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just my question again, and I appreciate having it been read again. The date by which the Heritage Trail Association would need to fundraise the minimum $350,000 is by January 1st of 2023. That basically gives them 8 months to do that. I'm just curious if that's our intent, to make that short time frame like that. And I recognize that we have to be cautious of the budget year of 23. I understand that, but I'm just wondering about that.
Mayor Chop?
Well, the budget is effectively done by January 1st. That's the problem. So I'm not sure how you delay it much beyond that and then go and hold budget meetings in January. I mean, staff are already printing budget documents at that point in time. If the fundraising doesn't occur for 2023, there's nothing prohibiting them from asking that it be extended, the agreement again for another year.
Very good.
We have a mover and a seconder. Is there any further debate on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Opposed? All right. Thank you for the deputation and the presentation. We'll be moving on to item 4.6, the Gilbert Road Culvert, additional information. Teresa, will you be speaking to the staff report? I'll give you a sec here.
Through the chair. The reason that I asked this to be pulled to staff report is just a little bit of a process change in our agenda management. And so I think a bit of miscommunication on my part to the staff. So this information memo is bringing forward a previous report. And so our new process is to introduce that with a memo. But just to make sure it was clear to council, in the conclusion of this memo, it did indicate that staff was recommending the recommendations from the previous report, EIS 2106, and that should have been included in this information memo recommendation. So not just receiving the report, but actually approving the original recommendation. So I'd just like to put that up on the screen just so council is fully aware of what they would be voting on, because I didn't want there to be any a misunderstanding. So if council votes on this motion, they will be voting on a motion that reads that the information memo regarding Gilbert Road Culvert additional information be received as information, and that the recommendations from staff report EIS 2106 Gilbert Road Culvert be implemented for engineering to proceed with the replacement of the Gilbert Road Culvert with twin box culverts, and that the 2019 approved capital budget for Gilbert Road Culvert replacement be amended from $725,000 to $928,000 with funding to be provided by debenture proceeds, and further that the funding for the Gilbert Road Culvert project be provided by the issuance of debentures up to $928,000 with a term not to exceed 20 years.
Are there any questions of council? Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The project on Gilbert Road was canceled 2 years ago, I believe, to use that money to do an emergency repair on Swimming Pool Road. And then we sent staff back to find ways to make it cheaper. And every time we send them back, it costs more money. So I think we better take the deal before it gives up higher again. So
did you just move that?
I would move the recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Michelle. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We will move on to item 4.3, the Always Stop Thompson Road and Duncombe Road. This is EIS 22011. Councillor Huffman, you requested this item be pulled from consent. Do you have any questions for staff?
No, not really. But I did want to say something. I just wanted to very quickly thank the public who participated in this, and Laura in particular, who initiated this venture on behalf of the residents of that area. So just to make note for people that come traveling west on Thompson Road, there will now be a four-way stop at Duncombe and Thompson. And I'm hoping that this alleviates some of our travel and safety issues for our students crossing the road at that point in time where it is a designated safety school crosswalk. So anyways, thank you again to Laura, and a big shout out to Mike King at staff for all of his hard work. Thank you.
And Teresa, would you like a mover for each one, or at the end, move all of them together? Move all of the consent items. I guess we're not doing all the consent items in order. So do we have a mover for staff recommendation?
Yeah, through the chair, we've moved the other consent. These are all just individual reports now.
Perfect. Councillor Martin is moving that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Huffman, is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, and that is carried. Moving on to item 4.4, public requests. This is speed zone reductions, EIS 22013. Councillor Van Andriesch, you requested that this item be pulled from consent. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Yes, I do have some questions for staff. When I look at the documents, I'd like to know and understand, I get in, where's my staff? On black and white. And I want to know where it's proposed. Is that on both sides? Like if you see it, and I'll be more specific then. I will go to say, as an example, on County Road 21 and the 59 highway. So at that intersection, is it going to be the 60 going east and west, as well as going north and south in those hamlet zones? And I think that pertains to most of them, so.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Andriesch, thank you for it. I know that the maps might be a little bit confusing. What we tried to show was the existing zone. So on Highway 59, there is an existing zone north and south, which is actually 60. And then we're proposing the 60 zones east and high west, which are 60. And they would show up in red. If you had color, they would be actually red.
Yeah. Okay, I don't, my computer went down, unable to get it on view. So I'm just getting black and white. So as long as I can be assured that that's what we're talking about.
Yes, you are correct. Any extensions of the zones would be the actual red, and the blue would be the existing zones.
Okay, I'm starting to see them now. All right, thank you very much. It was a color situation, so thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Is there anything further from council? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 23 of the agenda package, there's a chart, and just below McMichael Road, it mentions Concession 8 Townsend, and talks about reducing the speed limit, extension of an existing 60-kilometer zone through the built-up area to Highway 24, Mike. And is that on the edge of the Waterford Ponds where we had an issue that was cited quite some time ago, where people come there to drop their fishing line? The cars are parked and they can't even open their doors for fear that somebody getting out will get hit. Is that the area we're talking about there?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. Yeah, there was a request from a member of the public with several issues for safety along there, and one was speeding. One was the proximity of the ponds. So the extension of the speed zone, that's also Mechanic Street, as everyone is aware. So Mechanic Street goes to 50 kilometers to Robinson. And then after Robinson, it's 60. So we're proposing that our speed zone is extended from Robinson all the way out to Highway 24. With the issue of parking along there, I can't really speak to that, so that would probably be a bylaw thing.
Yeah, No, it was the road north of Thompson Road, which is this road, I believe, concession 8. Is there anything else that can happen in that location to protect the people that park their vehicles there that go fishing? I know the Long Point Region Conservation Authority is quite concerned about this. There as a potential accident waiting to happen with all the people that attend there to fish on that narrow roadway.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, that's something that we could certainly look at. Whether there could be an area where people are parking, if it could be posted, or it could be some extra pavement marking. I can have a look at it and maybe send you back an email.
Okay, perhaps down the road, you mentioned that you might be able to have a look at it. That'd be great. If you could perhaps speak with bylaw, would be even greater. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Huffman, did I see your hand? Nope, never mind. Anything further from council? Seeing none, do I have a mover for staff recommendation? Councillor Vanden Drieschie, and a seconder, Councillor Rabbits. Any debate? All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. We will be moving on to staff report OPS 22015. This is Snooks Drive, Turkey Point, seasonal access restrictions. Mr. Cridlin, will you be introducing the staff report?
Yes, I will, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yes, OPS 22-15 Snooks Lane seasonal access restriction. As to the report, for decades now, Snooks Lane and Turkey Point has been closed between the months of May and September each season. Staff have also recently, in the last couple of years, received several calls and obviously one written submission on questioning the merits and the reasons why Snooks Lane is closed during the summer months. So staff have completed a review and arrived with the following outcome and some concerns. Blocking off Snooks Lane at the Old Hill does basically turn Snooks into a dead-end road, which is not properly designed or posted as such. Also, the barriers that are put up at the Old Hill Road, they're not up to Ontario traffic manual specs today. They are put up by residents or folks of the community and not by staff. So that there's a liability in that. Also, staff were unable to find any bylaw from which we figure was the former township of Delhi, to allow this. And they're also, in chatting with our emergency services folks, it could be the potential of a liability if a fire or ambulance vehicle came down the Old Hill and had to end up going around the block up Harold Street to get in. So staff are recommending, after a review, that the seasonal closure of Snooks Lane not occur, that it's open year round. As indicated in the report, there are some opposition to the staff recommendation. We did send letters out to each owner on Snooks Lane and a few on Old Hill and Harold, just letting them know about this. And there are a couple letters within the agenda stating, some concerns with that. So I think when we look this through, staff are recommending that the barrier be removed for all the reasons mentioned. With that, in hearing some of the opposition, the only thing I think I can add that came to light after the writing of the report was we could also review this in a year, just see where is by opening it up. Does it help the area? Does it help traffic flow? It's mentioned in there, or does it cause chaos, as some folks have told us, or make things messier? And we could always review it again if council wished. And at that time, would be adamant that it would be posted as a dead end. May have to do something for a turnaround provision, and the barricade itself would be up to the Ontario traffic manual, and as well a proper bylaw would be put in for the closure. So with that, we'll turn it over to Norfolk County councillors for any questions they may have.
Are there any questions from committee? Mayor Chop?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Bill, I'm just curious, is it just the one letter on how this came forward? Like a counselor can't get a report drawn just by sending a letter and asking to have a report made. So how did this become an item?
When folk, through the chair to the mayor, we'd had a number of callers, and we would ask that, something in writing is better documentation to move forward. And it was only the one per folk that entered a letter. The other ones were calls from people in the area questioning why it was closed and how they'd go about opening it. So there were more than just the one, but however, only one person put pen to paper and submitted.
But you said the others occurred over the years. I don't know, when people contact my office and they have something that they want changed, I always recommend that they come and do a deputation to council so that it's direction of council to go and investigate something. I'm just not sure how comfortable I am with one letter coming to council and then it becomes a staff report. What, I guess, is the investigation that has been done by staff in terms of making that turn now from Snook Drive onto Old Hill if people start going through? What are the concerns? Have we investigated the lines of sight there? I mean, while I appreciate that the one letter suggests that they think bicyclists, are potentially in a precarious position as a result of the cable, I'm wondering what it's going to be like now if we have many cars trying to make a right-hand turn from Snooks Drive up Old Hill.
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor, you are correct. Staff, I guess back to your original point, staff could have had the individuals come to council for a deputation, and I think staff's position was, we've got enough calls here, to other than go and take council time, which would probably, we think the outcome would be go back to a report. And as far as the turning, you do bring up a good point that there was, in this case, no technical study done. Basically, staff looked at the point that we don't have any other roads that are seasonally closed here in Norfolk County. And that's something that with the barricades themselves not being up to spec and the other couple items I mentioned here, that staff thought that there was enough warrants to go ahead and suggest that the access be open for the year. And that's why I did add, I think I've stepped in and chatted with staff, and if the opening does cause some issues like you say, then probably we do, we can relook at it. I don't know if a closure's there or there's, does Snooks Lane, watch what I say here, I don't want to cause that this is what happened, but does Snook Lane become a one-way street sort of off the Old Hill Road, that sort of stuff, so.
Guess I'm having a hard time because, like Councillor Vanden Rishi pointed out, we have roads and so on that aren't, that that need fixing, and yet somehow, because of one single letter, I mean, if there was all these other phone calls, there should be a pile of other letters that are provided, but because of one letter, it's turned into a staff report. When somebody wants to, start a simple business that's low traffic, like a storage unit, they're subjected to such high requirements by our planning department in terms of traffic studies, et cetera. But yet there's not even been any consideration given to the safety of making a turn now off of Snooks Drive onto Old Hill. I'm not saying it's the right or the wrong move, but I also see a situation that's been ongoing for 40 years without a problem so far. And yes, there could be a problem with a bicyclist, but we could also be creating problems with vehicles at this point. And so, there's one letter for, one against, one somewhat indifferent, but with concerns. I guess the other question I have is, were all the letters mailed to the cottage addresses? I mean, most of those people on there are probably not year round. So if we haven't heard from them, is that just because they're not getting their mail there in Turkey Point, and we're going to hear from them when they're frustrated this summer?
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor, I'm assured that the letters went to the mailing address on the taxes, but yes, I don't know. I can't answer that. Folks may come back and say that they did not receive their letters.
Well, I've got a problem if it was sent to mailing addresses, and we know that that's a seasonal area. We know that people aren't there. I mean, Turkey Point's underwater half the time, especially this time of year. So I don't, for myself, I'm willing to defer this into some later date until we have confirmation that all of those property owners have received communications and they have had the opportunity to be able to communicate to council. But I won't go and make a decision like this with no assessment on something that's been there for 40 years without a problem, no assessment of what that impact could look like for vehicles now trying to make that turn, and without knowledge as to whether or not those property owners have been contacted for a deal that, regardless of whether there's a bylaw in existence or not, it seems pretty confirmed that that was a previous agreement that had been made. So for myself, I won't be supporting that at this time.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the mayor's comments, I might have taken some of the blame because I'm the one who brought it up with Bill, because I was taking flack over it. And your concerns about the turns, well, they turn 8 months a year, they open it up and, they can get around it then. The question that I had and what came up through the investigation is it's illegal to block that road because there's no bylaw in place. Obviously, there was a handshake deal done 40 years ago, and they just take a piece of cable and they string up a sign that says you can't go in here, but that doesn't make it legal, and we can't leave it there. Either we put a bylaw in place to do that, or we have to open it up. We can't have it both ways. And even the sign is so out of date, it doesn't meet the standards anymore. That's how long it's been there. So I think Bill's or Mr. Cridland's opinion is quite right. If we try it this year, monitor the situation. I've thought about the possibility there are, standardized crash gates for emergency equipment that we put in locations. Maybe that's something that we could be installed at that intersection. And even if we just closed them on the weekends and left them open the rest of the week, those kind of things would come up. But, let's try it for this year. If there are no issues, then we can leave it that way. If there are issues, staff will get back to us and we'll find a way to make it better. But the status quo is unacceptable because we're breaking the law, right? So we have to do something.
Reminder that this is question period as well. Didn't hear one in there that time. I thought you were going to sneak it in at the end.
To answer some of the mayor's questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. And in this letter, it's indicated that there's trucks that already back down that street. Is there truth to that? Because they're saying that they have to back down to collect the garbage and recycling down the street. So they are, in essence, still using it 12 months of the year. Am I correct in saying that? That's a question.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, yeah, because it's closed at one end from May 24th weekend to Labor Day, the garbage trucks, recycling trucks have to come in from Harold Street, back all the way down, pick up the stuff and drive out again. There's no turnaround at the end. And that's a concern of the one resident because the kids are playing on the street because it's closed and the trucks are backing up, which is not the safest thing to do. So that was the one individual's concern.
Mayor Chop, I'll let you answer the question there, but quit sneaking.
Well, Councillor Van Passen wanted to know if it was answering my question. So I'll pose the question to yourself then instead of Bill. So, we have a small business owner as an example that is forced to do multiple traffic studies and various assessments, but we're effectively creating, in a sense, a road exit that hasn't existed in 40 years at the bottom of a hill. Did we do any sort of assessment on what that could look like? Because I would say that's probably higher risk than, an individual that's opened a new business on a main street, but still has to go through a rigorous traffic study.
All right, I'm putting my foot down here. This is two staff. I'm not going to let the conversation back and forth happen. So
I think the answer
Shelley.
was already it hadn't been, so that's good.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Cridland. Bill, I'm just looking at the map. Is not the concern people making a left turn out of Snooks Drive to go up the old Hill Road? Or is the concern people coming down the hill around that bend and then making a right turn onto Snooks Drive? I'm not sure which is the bigger safety issue.
Through the chair to the council. Yeah, I don't have the letter in front of me, but I think the individual that did wrote in was worried about coming down the hill and making the right. And obviously the left-hand turn up the hill is done 8 months a year, but not done during the summer. If I've answered that. I think the thought of the folks
just
on the side of
and
was
past
just,
the mayor, I was getting confused about which is the central issue, the left turn or the right turn. It sounds to me like the left turn would be a much more difficult and maybe dangerous one to make, but I'll ask you if it's okay for me to ask you that, but I think the mayor is going to answer it. Okay. And I don't want to incur the wrath of the chair.
oh, okay.
I'm not sure. It's not a matter for me of whether it's the left or it's the right. It's the fact that we impose restrictions on any regular citizen that they have to go and do some
Can we please
extensive
put a
traffic
motion on the
study.
floor before we enter debate?
Well, the question is which direction. I mean, that's the question to
To
staff,
staff.
is whether there's a traffic study or not. I do have another question for staff though.
Okay, if it's a question for staff, we're good to go, and then let's get a motion out there.
I asked Lydia ahead of time if she would be able to pull this information up for me just to verify. Lydia, does Snooks Drive go, does it end at Old Hill or does it go beyond? And it's just not accurately shown on that map. I'm not sure way or another, just somebody mentioned it to me.
Through the chair to Mayor Chop and council. I have looked at that, and Snooks Drive does end at the Old Hill. What you're seeing across the way from it is a privately owned property that is subject to a right of way, so that there can be access to some cottages that sit behind that cottage across from Snooks Drive.
Perfect. Thanks, Lydia, for that confirmation.
You're welcome.
Seeing no more questions from staff, I am looking for a mover of staff recommendation or an alternative. Councillor Van Passen. Moving staff recommendation.
I will move the staff recommendation.
Do we have a
Just get it on the
seconder?
floor, Mr. Chair, so the mayor and I can debate it.
There we go. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Rabbits. Is there any debate on the motion? Mayor Chop.
Again, I'm not saying it's the right move or it's the wrong move, but I don't think that the report came forward in the correct manner. I'm not confident that all of the property owners have had the correct notice to be able to get their positions made clear. I don't think it's reasonable that we are looking at creating a effectively new road that has been used in 40 years during those summer months without any notes in the staff report from what the potential impacts for vehicles making that turn now could look like moving forward. So again, it may be the better solution, but I think the report is incomplete and I think the notification is incomplete and I don't think this is the time to move it.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding of the history of this is people from out of town come to Turkey Point. They drive up Cedar Street looking for a place to park, but we got that under control now. They get to the end, they start heading up the hill and go, I'm heading away from the beach. So they would turn left on the Snooks Drive, go around the block, come back out on Herald and do another circuit around Cedar Street. And 40 years ago, some odd time like that, the people living on that street didn't like it, so they put up a cable. And nobody said it was there was anything wrong with that. Maybe they talked to the councillor of the day and said, go ahead. Whatever, there's no record of it. There's no bylaw of it. It is against the rules to do that. So people still drive to the end of Cedar Street, drive up the hill and figure out they're going away from the beach. So since they can't turn down Snooks, they just do a 3-point turn on the road right at the bottom of that hill, or they back into somebody's driveway at the bottom of the hill. So there's some concerns either way. None of them are safe conditions. I don't believe we're creating a new situation. Like, it is open the other 9 months of the year, right? So by opening it up and have staff monitoring it, and we'll have the opportunity this year because we're going to have extra bylaw people monitoring the situations in the lakefront areas of Dover and Turkey Point and Long Point. So we'll be able to get some extra data on what works And I think Mr. Cridland has thrown out some ideas, like maybe the possibility of making it a one-way street, which would be legal, legitimate, and it would stop the problems that brought on the cable and the sign in the first place. So again, it's something that the status quo is unacceptable. We have to do something. So we're going to do something, and we'll see if that works, makes it better or worse, and we can go from there. So thank you.
Mayor Chop, for your second opportunity to speak, and then Councillor Columbus.
Yes, just to address my colleague's point about it not being a new road, Turkey Point throughout the winter months and fall and spring is a very different world. I know you are the councillor around there than it is during those few months in the summer when that road is otherwise closed. So I would argue against that point that it is very different during the summer than it is in the winter.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the councillor of the day was a Turkey Point resident. He was also a businessman down there. And what years ago, what used to happen in Turkey Point, and it probably still happens today, is you have these cruisers who are called rounders. Councillor Michelli probably knows what that is. It's somebody that just cruises all day despite the price of gas. They go down Cedar, turn onto Old Hill Road, and then they used to come down Schnucks Drive and back to Harold Street and back to Cedar Drive because they needed a turn. So with this illegal cable and sign that's placed there, what's happening is the drivers come to that and they end up backing up onto Old Mill Road, and that's where the liability is, along with the cable, somebody getting hurt. So I agree with Councillor Van Passen. I think we should try it and see where it goes this year.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess further to Councillor Columbus's comments, I'm just wondering, is the erection of this cable across a roadway, a public roadway, without any legal documentation or history or bylaw proof, is that actually not a matter perhaps for bylaw to investigate on its own?
Is there any further debate? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Those opposed? Yep. All right, we are moving on to staff report, OPS 22021, additional bylaw enforcement officer, summer student position. Mr. Cridland, are you presenting this one as well?
Yes, thank you, Mr. I'll do a brief introduction and then I'll turn it over to Bob Fields and hopefully Jim Milson, who is on as well. So OPS 22-021, additional bylaw enforcement student position, is asking council to support the staff recommendation to add one summer student bylaw to aid with the parking pilot project. And it's at a cost of $13,300. At the March 22nd meeting, council had been updated on the parking pilot project. And as you know, there were some changes made. So this extra student was in debate, and council had directed staff to bring back a bit of a business case or a future report on the additional students. So this is what Mr. Fields has worked with Mr. Milson, and I believe Ms. Olson as well. So the report, we've tried to show that this position is key for the extra enforcement that is needed, not only for the parking pilot, but also, is key for parking enforcement throughout the county. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bob Fields to add some meat to the bones. And Bob, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Bill. Can council hear me?
You're good, Bob.
Okay, good. I really don't have a lot more to add than what Mr. Cridland's already kind of put out there. This is just follow up on council's direction to come back with the business case and the financials for adding an additional bylaw summer student for 2022 to help with the seasonal paid parking pilot. And myself and Jim are here to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of committee? Councillor Columbus?
Yes, Bob, I didn't see it in the report, but will this summer student be working weekends? Because that's when it's the busiest.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, yes, this position will be predominantly working the weekend shifts and floating. Well, it depends on obviously whether council goes with option 1 or option 2, but if it supports the option that staff has put forward, they will be working the weekend.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I'm sure that the revenue from increased fines and so on will pay for the summer student. If for some reason it does not, will council be updated on that? You're obviously going to need an alternate funding source or for it to be topped up. Will that come to council?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, absolutely. We're going to be tracking all of the costs related to the seasonal parking pilot. This would be no different. We will include that in the update to council in the fall when we get that wrapped up.
Thank you very much. My only other comment was reading, I think it's 12 weeks for the position. And I noticed in the materials and supplies we're accounting for $400 for a cell phone and uniform. I'm wondering about the, just want to take advantage of this opportunity and comment on that bring your own device policy that we passed at budget. I think the summer students for 12 weeks are probably a great example of using their own device and having some kind of allotment budgeted for that if it was cheaper, but otherwise, thanks for the report.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, we are getting 3 additional devices through Hotspot to aid in the seasonal paid parking program. It does provide for the device itself. We just have to put the data on it, and we are working through our IT department to arrange that for the summer.
Perfect. Thank you.
I have Councillor Vanderdrishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. These 3 students, or whatever number of students, will be out there working, and there will be predominantly the weekends. Of course, that's when we need by law to be there. What if there is a situation? How do they contact a supervisor?
I'll take a stab at it, but I'll pass it over to Mr. Milson to answer how he manages his staff. But typically, anytime a summer student or a weekend position needs to get support from management, they are reachable by cell phone and can respond accordingly if necessary. But I will let Jim provide further details.
Thanks, Bob, and through the chair, that's correct. I have my cell phone on 24/7, and I'm accessible on weekends, and actually usually attend on several weekends through the summer myself to assist the students or work with them. So they're always in contact if they need be.
If I may, it's supervision. How will you go about in the beginning? These are, I don't know if these are repeat students or if they're brand new students that you're going to be hiring that haven't worked for the county before. I mean, they're going to start on weekends. Is there going to be, have you got something in place to get them started in supervision on what they're doing? I mean, they're going to be needing to go through some sort of consultation of how they're going to do their job.
Through the chair to Councillor Vanderdrishi, yes, of course, we have a training program set up every year for them for the first month or so, actually. Hence a lot of complaints from the Simcoe area when we have more traffic here, and we do more enforcement in Simcoe in May, just to get their feet wet, laying some charges and knowing what to look for. We have several days of training with individual officers, one-on-one, that they ride with an officer knowing what to look for. They're provided a manual with our bylaw information in it, the current bylaw, and explanation of the ticket book and how it works, and how their notebook is supposed to be prepared for future court if necessary, the types of photographs we need. So they're given quite a bit of instruction and all the contact numbers for every officer as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question I think is for Mr. Milson. Jim, in Long Point, the free parking has a 4-hour limit. Will that be strictly enforced by all of these summer students?
Through the chair, yes, it will be, Councillor. We will be going through that with the students as well. Unfortunately, over the past few years, the set fine was missed from our schedule. I found that error this year and have gone through the Ministry of Attorney General and had that updated to our set fine schedule. So now everything is tight that way, and the officers will be enforcing the 4 hours on Erie.
Very good. Thank you, Jim.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I remember correctly, this report is here because it's sort of the fallout of a very long and heated discussion on a parking pilot project. So I would be happy to move the staff recommendation and have this whole another piece of the puzzle come together.
Wonderful. I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Van Andrieschie, is there any further debate on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, could I ask which option then? We had two options on the table.
Recommended option. It was the
number 2.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We will move on to item 4.5, staff report CS 22062, summary bid awards for the period ending March 29th, 2022. Councillor Columbus, you requested this item be pulled from consent. Do you have questions for staff?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my concern with this Road 45 bridge replacement, I have a number of questions with respect to the report actually, which is pretty vague when we're talking large sum dollars for this bridge. I wanted to know who is the manufacturing company? Why are we only limited to a 16-foot wide single lane bridge? The Agriculture Advisory Board indicated a 20-foot wide. I know Councillor Van Passen suggested an 18-foot wide. What is the weight and tonnage capacity? What is the warranty? The lifespan of this bridge? Maintenance, we were told from a previous engineer that when you use a metal bridge, you have to wash it down regularly to remove the salt from corrosion. And does Sierra construction bridge construction have any experience with such a bridge? So, and the other concern I had was the report, the small print in the report. I wonder if we can do something to improve that. I had to get a magnifying glass out to read that chart. Perhaps others had the same concern. Those are questions that I have at this point with respect to that report. Primarily, it's the bridge, and I think it deserved its own report, detailed report, rather than being amalgamated with all those other consent items.
Is there a response from staff?
Through the chair, if I could start, and then I'll pass it over to our Director of Engineering, Mike King. I know he's pulling his door closed to speak to this matters, but I can certainly help through the chair to Councillor Columbus. We'll work with the clerk's department with respect to the printed agenda and the attachment. This bid was placed in the summary of bid awards, as that is the process and has been the process, I think, for the last 18 months, is that all bid awards are consolidated on one report for ease of future reference and following the standard process that was implemented. But we'll work with clerks on maybe a separate attachment that is circulated as well, so it is in larger print if you do want the print copy. With respect to the technical aspects of the bid, it was an RFP, and I believe Mike King, our Director of Engineering, was on that evaluation committee and can share his comments and technical expertise for those questions.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, I will try to answer everything that you asked. If I miss something, please come back to to me. It was mentioned by Shelley. It was an RFP for a single lane structure. Sierra has made their submission for a prefab modular bridge. So there's probably 2 or 3 manufacturers which are capable of producing that. The RFP never requested that they would actually state a manufacturer. That's something that they would submit when they do their the engineering by drawings. What was stated in the RFP and what is in the structure manual and the code for Canadian highway bridges, that the maximum width recommended for a single lane structure would be 4.9 meters, which is roughly 16 feet. And what everything else we had in the RFP for life expectancy of it had to be 75 years. And you are correct that any structure, whether it's steel or concrete, should be maintained once a year. It should be by washed and inspected. So through the OSIM inspections, we do inspections on the structures every 2 years. So I think I answered all of your questions, but if there's anything else, I'd be happy to answer.
Yes, Mike, what was the warranty and the tonnage capacity of that bridge?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, yeah, all of our standard contracts would have like a 2-year warranty, and there is no load restriction on the actual structure. The load restriction would be the width.
Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. As everybody knows, I'm not satisfied at all, and nor are many of the farmers down in the area, that bridge was changed from a 2-lane to a single lane, and 16 feet has no capacity at all. If you have dual wheel frontage, dual wheel back, and you're pulling a disc, you're not getting down there. So I don't know what your expectations are. I know 2 wrongs don't make a right. You're not going to satisfy the farmers down there. You're going to have limited capacity of what can go down that road. We have agriculture needs to be able to function down our roads. And I have pictures on my phone. And if you take a look at and to you, I'll make a question out of this. The question on this is, how wide is a 2-lane county road? Like down my concession sort of deal. It's 2 lanes.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Andriesch, normally a rural road, if it's surface treated road, would probably have a minimum width of 6 to 6.5 meters. If it's a former regional road and it's asphalt, it's probably 7 to 7.5 meters.
So when we were talking about 4.4 meters, what is that? That's how many feet, since I'm old?
The 4.9 meters is basically 16 feet.
But you can't get this equipment down a 16-foot bridge. Am I correct in saying that? Have we done any investigation on what can go down when you're restricting it down to that?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Andriesch, winter control equipment will be able to go over the bridge. Emergency services vehicles will be able to go over the bridge.
Cut in here, actually. This reports is regarding the merits of awarding a bid, not the merits of the bid. So it's a little off topic. So I will just cut in there. Sorry.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions regarding the report? Councillor Van Passen.
You've made it very clear, Mr. Chairman, but in that case, can we pull this one out of this report and ask it that it come back with its own report? Because, I have explained over and over again, I don't care if they call it a single lane bridge or a 2-lane bridge or a 5-lane bridge, as long as it's 18 feet wide. Farm equipment most of the companies design all the equipment to fold up to 16 feet. And I know if you got a 16-foot bridge, you can drive a 16-foot piece of equipment through, but it's not a lot of tolerance, because I've hit the sides of my doors quite often. And, so 18 feet gives you that little bit of breather room, and you need it to hold 100 tons, because you want to set a B train full of corn go across. It doesn't have to be big enough that 2 trucks can pass each other or 2 combines can pass each other, but it has to be wide enough for one. So if we could pull this one item out of this summary bids award and ask staff to bring back a separate report specifically for that we could discuss it further, I think that would keep me happy at least.
I will go to the clerk, but my thought would be that if we get 2/3 majority, we can pretty well do most things. So I'll go to the clerk on that.
Through the chair to council, if council wishes to pull that one bid out and deal with the rest of the bid, then you would need a subsequent motion to direct staff to bring the bid on that back for further discussion. I just caution council that this has already been reconsidered this term of council.
Mayor Chop.
Are you able to pull up the original motion and how exactly that was worded and whether it had the minimum dimension actually included in it? I believe it was for most agricultural vehicles that we recognize that not all were going to be able to fit down it. I do have it. It'll just take me a few minutes to pull it up.
Al?
I'm just through you, Mr. Chair, I was wondering if council would like to take 5 or 10 minute break, allow the clerk to pull up that information. I know that there is some food in the back for council. I know we're carrying on past where we normally would, so we have brought in a little bit of sustenance for committee members. So maybe we can take advantage of a 10-minute break.
Okay, in that case, let's call it be back at 5:20.
Grad growing up from 0 to 18. I lived in Simcoe, and then I think I lived in Brantford for a year, lived in Dover for a bit, and then followed a gal up north to Peterborough or Lindsay, and I ended up spending 28 years there teaching high school. Loved every minute of it. A bunch of different experiences, and when I retired in 2014, I thought, my ma's not doing so well down there. It's going to need some attention. And also followed a friend here, and bingo. And now I live just outside of Simcoe, in between Simcoe and Victoria on Highway 24.
Great, I'm so glad you took time to have this little chat. I want to know more about you today, and I'm going to be asking some questions.
Yeah.
But first I ask you to pick a spot that means something to you in Norfolk. So maybe start by telling us where we are and why you picked this place.
Well, I love this place, not only for the food, although in my new machination I'm more careful what I eat, so I only have 1 crepe a week. But I love this place because Jim and Penny, the owners, are good friends. They've hired me to play here. They give the artists freedom to be a little zany here. They're good to their staff. They run a good ship. And I love the outside in the summer. It's rocking. They do a great job getting lots of music in. I think they have music all July, August, and September, like a whack of things. And I also, a few neat experiences sort of got born out here. I have a character, I do the song chef, and they were like the first ones to say, oh, you've got to come in and do it. So.
I love what you're talking about. Like, you're involved in so many things into your retirement that you seem to really enjoy the art. Is that the main thing you're passionate about, or?
Well, I like joy spreading, and the most rewarding thing I think I do is my gal Rosie and I, after we had a trip to Newfoundland, and after I did a tour of Newfoundland, we picked up on the kitchen party notion, and so we have a little duet called the Kitchen Party Orchestra, and we go to the seniors' homes and the respite center in Hagersville and Simcoe, and we give then the folks their instruments to play with us, so they're part of it. They're getting some exercise, and that is joy spreading 101.
So spent a lot of time away from Norfolk, decided to come back to Norfolk in your retirement. So tell me, if you don't have a gig, if you're not involved in something, what do you do to hang out, to relax? Where do you like to go?
Well, I love the geography, so I always like going down to one of the many shores while they still exist.
Yeah, so Port Mercy's a little small this year.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. I love, and
Are you a beach guy or?
not in the summer I'm not, but I am, sort of going to the water for answers kind of a guy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
The Leonard Cohen dimension. And so Long Point was always like hugely special as a kid, you know? I spend a lot of time at the Simple Little Theater. That's a great organization, and they're doing fun and they're welcoming. And so I'm gonna play coming up that I'm doing, and
You don't seem to have too much downtime. Like you seem to keep pretty busy.
keeps me out of the housework. That's for sure.
You got out of the ocean.
Yeah. He's all busy, making some ass right now. Selling,
Yeah.
And so.
Is it hard to get artists to come and play here, or people are they curious about wanting to see Norfolk and see what this is
and you know
about,
what? Like more people, like house concerts are amazing too. Like and I was never a musician on the road. I did 2 1-month tours with a student, and I had a buddy of mine, Jimmy Boskill, who was a student of mine. And he said, "When you retire, we're going on tour." My son is in a band, the May Hemingways, so he traveled lots east. So he booked us from Peterborough to Newfoundland, 24 gigs and 26 nights. Both, but you make, as a musician, you make way more at a house concert and play more concerty, less with people listening. No. People love to play, right? So oftentimes people think you need the applause as much as you need the money. And many people are lined up. So it's like, you don't want to do it? That's okay. I've got Tiny Talent Time and his brother here that'll play for you, And so people, that's why it's so nice to be in a place like this where you know that their entertainment budget is a really significant amount. And there are a lot of places in town here. The 211 does it as well. Even the Norfolk has a whack of music, and it's getting bigger around here with all the with the craft beer industry, the wine industry. All those places are looking for some entertainment to get their clients in. So I think it's it's going to be significant. It's just a tricky game.
So music, obviously a big part of your life?
It is a big part of my life, yeah. I think I started when I was 13. My brother handed me a John Prine album, the very first one with him sitting on the hay bale and a guitar, and showed me the C, F, and G chords, and I never had a lesson after that.
You just learn on your own?
I just learned on my own. Guitar has, and stringed instruments often have tablature.
Yep.
Especially ones that have frets, so it's a grid really, so they can it's easy on notation to put a number 1 on a 1, you're at the first, so it's an easier system. But what happened was I was working in the teachers union. I had been seconded out of teaching for a couple of years. The head of music was leaving to become a minister, and he said, Dan, can you teach kids how to play guitar? And I said, absolutely. And I said, now Larry, I don't read music, right? You don't? And I said, no, but I'll buy tablature. So at any rate, made it work. And down the road it was funny because Jimmy Boskill, who was a wizard player, doesn't read music either. He had auditioned for this art school, and I was sitting they weren't going to let him in because he didn't read music. And I said, I should let you folks know, as you know, I don't read music. And I said, if you're not letting this kid into the program, give me 2 weeks notice, because I'm not going to be the guitar teacher that wouldn't take him in. So you got to keep it moving.
Is that one of your favorite instruments?
It's a Latin instrument. It comes from the Andes, so Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Chile. It's usually used in But then I found, being sort of a folky dokey player too, it's like a good bluegrass instrument too, and it's like in the day and age of cutbacks, when the bluegrass bands start firing the banjo player and the mandolin player, you get both with one.
You show up with this one, you're good at drumming gig.
That's right.
Perfect.
And this is a charango, and it is higher up. So I started with one of these. And I'm a big fella, so it's, and you don't need that strap, it sticks right in your belly button. Like you couldn't peel that off with a groper.
All right, so you do some improv.
I do. So give me a title to a song never before written. It can be anything.
Let's go with the Bikini Crepe, I guess.
Bikini Crepe?
We're here, the Crepe House.
Well, it's more appropriate on a day like today to not sing about martini. So let's think while we're in the land of sand about a crepe martini. No pina colada beside you now. No, it's done somehow. Here comes the customer now. He's probably gonna order the crepe bikini. Now the thing about the bikini crepe, it's teeny weeny. It's how they make. I'm not sure if it's a Speedo sauce, but it's nice all the same. Ah, it's teeny weeny, but it's my favorite, that old crepe bikini. Yes, sirree, I think he's making me one now. And it might be true that you can't wait for your bikini crepe, but that's okay. Got time on my hands. Right on.
All right, cheers, Sam.
Cheers.
Thanks for joining me. Have a coffee. That was
Absolutely.
awesome.
Right on.
Love it.
Good. Thank you very much. Great. See you later. Thanks, Drew.
Great, guys.
No, it's not possible. No, I cannot tell you what to say.
What if there was a place just outside the hustle and bustle, where the beauty of nature was right at your doorstep, inviting you to join in the fun?
Good job, guys. Got it.
What if there was a place where the landscapes were as diverse as the bounty they produced? And the term field fresh was more than just a marketing ploy. It was a way of life. What if there was a place where history and heritage shared the stage with technology and innovation, and success happened without much fanfare, on back roads, nurtured by wise and hardworking people? What if there was a place as lush as an ancient garden that was, for centuries, a place to explore, live, and play? A place of promises and hope. A landscape filled with possibility. And what if this wasn't just a place to escape to, but a place you could settle into? What would you call such a place? Well, we call it Norfolk County.
I am Tom Pursley. I work at Titan Trailers. I manage the shop and design, build, program robot cells on the floor to hand off to operators to build trailer components and assemblies. I knew I always wanted to work with my hands growing up as a kid. I never wanted to be stuck behind an office doing paperwork for the rest of my life, and it really interests me to build something and see the final result when you're done.
My name's Angela Simon and I work for Annex Business Media.
We are a trade magazine publisher. We produce 65 trade magazines for a diverse industries. So every
All right, welcome back. Sorry about the break there. Coming back in, Councillor Columbus has a motion he'd like to put on the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ryan, we are dealing with the summary of bid awards report, and I will move that we defer the last three paragraphs on page 38 of the agenda package regarding the EIS ENG 2253 design build Norfolk County Road 45 bridge replacement and road construction. Defer that to next week's full council meeting and proceed to approve the remaining items listed in that summary of bid awards document, ES 22-062. Is that clear, Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, yes, that makes sense to me.
Councillor Vanderdriessche, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 4.8, staff report CS 22027, capital status report, December 31st, 2021. Councillor Martin, you requested this item be pulled from consent. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. Got a couple of questions for staff. Thank you for bringing this report forward. Very helpful to get an update on projects. The first question I have is specific to the comment section on the multi-use complex development costs. I'm wondering if we can get more of an update specifically concerning the transaction that is yet to be completed with the Housing Corp.
Member of staff that would like to tackle that? Heidi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Housing staff and corporate services staff are working regularly with the Housing Corporation on the options that were presented to council in their regeneration master plan and asset management plan. And we are working on some financial modeling and different options that will be coming forth to council. We're looking at the timing right now, but I would suggest before summer break is what we are that's the goal that we're working towards.
Thank you, Heidi. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Heidi or staff, I guess more specifically what I'm getting at is that last sentence there. Should this proceed, the county will not receive an additional $200,000 currently being held in trust. If this does not proceed, the county will receive an additional $200,000 from the transaction. I didn't know that that was optional, I guess is what I'm driving at. So the project status is still listed as open.
So, Mr. Chair,
through the, yeah. Oh, go ahead, Heidi.
No, I was going to defer to Ms. Darlington.
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Martin for that question. This was part of the agreement. The agreement has been signed, and I'll just ask Ms. Harrison to just provide a minor update on that.
Thank you, Shelley, and through the chair to council. I haven't been advised yet by the solicitors that there's been any change yet. So the $200,000 is still being held in trust by the solicitors Gowlings. And once that agreement is finalized one way or the other, then we will either receive $200,000 if the housing project doesn't go forward. However, if the housing project does go forward, then we don't receive that money.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So I guess I can take it that it is just as it reads on page 70. And I'm raising it. I don't know if I've missed the mark on this, but I didn't realize that that was a negotiable. I thought that that was the reason why we went with this particular part of the reason why we went with this particular buyer. So I didn't realize that this part of the negotiation was still up in the air. So do we know when we can expect a decision either way and have the project closed?
The chair, if I may assist, the agreement has been signed. The land has not been transferred to the Housing Corp's name at this point in time. And so we're waiting on that finalization to occur. And so we have protected the county's interest in that with the funds being held in trust until that transfer occurs to the Housing Corporation's name.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. Just heard Lydia say kind of as it is that if the deal goes forward or if the deal does not go forward. So it's signed, that's great. Looking forward to closing that. My next question is probably more towards Mr. Cridlin. I'm not sure if you're able to get a more of a concrete answer in between now and when we spoke last, Bill, but looking at getting some of these projects closed and off of staff's list. The other one, is Meisner Dam. Specifically, there was a lot of damage to the sidewalk and the curb. The grass and seed and so on was never laid. So as the project is still listed as open, the buoy line is yet to be replaced. Are we able to look at those other elements being taken care of when an allocation for funding is made to fully close that project off? Because the sidewalk itself was Norfolk County work and the grass is just a no-brainer.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. Yes, I did speak with Mike King, and I see Mike is still on here. Maybe if it's just as easy, Mike, and I know we chatted and it's more in your bucket of expertise here. Maybe I'll let you inform council what we spoke about.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Councilor Martin. I think you were talking to the restoration work when we finish off the Meisner Dam. The contractor was, I believe, Pipe Bronte. So they did initial restoration and seeding back in late 2020, and then they reseeded it, I think, in 2021. So we're just not sure if, I know that there's concern that there's weeds there. So we're gonna have a look at it once again and see if we can do a little bit more work there. And I believe your second question was with the sidewalk replacement that we did last summer, I believe. So we fixed a few panels there. We fixed some of the curb as well too. And yeah, once again, we're going to look at that. And there's, I think areas there we have to basically seed.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. I know that sounds silly in comparison to the scope and the size of the project, but it was quite bad, and I think the residents expect things to return back to the way they were before the project started. My only other question for staff in this report would be concerning the Dover Wharf Public Boardwalk Agreement and the comments that we're still waiting for the DFO to release lands. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to mention, while staff are talking about benches on the pier with the DFO, that that can maybe be bundled in as well. That's all. Thank you.
Is there anything further from committee? Mayor Chop.
I just wanted to provide some clarity on that before there's any confusion. So that was certainly a clause that was just part of the deal as it was presented to council, and staff drafted that clause. We sold 25 acres for 4.35 million. So for the 25 acres, that's 174, I believe. And so that clause was included. We did go with that buyer because of the donation of the hub lands, but staff included the 200,000 to ensure that that transaction, that transfer of those lands came forward. If not, we were going to receive the additional value for that acreage.
Is there anything further from committee? Seeing none, do we have a mover for staff's recommendation? Councillor Martin and a seconder. Councillor Rabbits, any further debate? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, staff report CS 22051, salary gapping savings and position vacancies. Councillor Martin, you requested that this item be pulled from consent. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. I posed a couple questions to staff by email earlier, and I'm hoping they can comment and provide a response on those. I don't know if you have them handy, Kathy, or I can pull them all back up, but some of it was specific to, it was concerning other year-over-year averages. It was also concerning clarification on the policy. Year-over-year averages on vacancy turnover rates, and other questions concerning the specifics of the policy and how it is proposed to come back an additional staff report that staff would be able to use those gapping dollars. Are you able to speak to some of those?
Through the chair to council, to committee, for sure. So Councillor Martin had a few questions regarding the percentage, the salary gapping policy that we've proposed that staff come back to council with. It's just a suggestion. We've noticed during our review of vacancies and salary gapping and conversations with SLT that we appear to be inconsistent on how we use salary gapping dollars, how we would define salary gapping dollars, etc. So we felt it was prudent that we start working on a policy and have a clear direction. The purpose of the allocation, as the guideline outlines right now, the framework, is basically to allow staff the flexibility to fill positions or to backfill positions. We've had a lot of vacancies. If you noted in the report, it indicated we had 457 vacancy, a 46% turnover rate, which is high. And it does vary throughout year over year. However, we've had issues in recruiting individuals and the time that it takes to recruit staffing. I believe in HR's comments was approximately 80 some days to recruit positions. All this affects the level of services that operations and staff can provide. Again, when we do onboard people, that again takes numerous months to onboard staffing. So it's not just the time from the time to the position becomes vacant and the time that we fill the position. There's a long process for onboarding new staff. So there's a lot of time that we don't have the resources to fulfill the services that we're expected to fulfill through our budget allocations, additional services or expanded services, and reacting to services that need to be completed in the year. So this will give council, our staff, the flexibility to actually figure out where they need their resources and to backfill easier. I believe one of your questions related to there's no accumulation of the salary gapping savings. That's correct. Every year, the salary gapping savings, it becomes part of the surplus deficit at the end of the year. And we outlined those savings within the financial statements report that we usually present in July. And any surpluses or any savings as a result are transferred to the contingency reserve. So we're not making any recommendation that any additional any funds be set aside for any other sources, as it's a specific item. And I think it would be a slippery slope if we're going to start picking on certain surpluses in various areas and apply it to reserves when you could do that with it. We're going to start, that'll be the expectations whenever we find savings. So again, council can look at the surplus at the end of the year and determine if they do want to commit any of that surplus, which I believe we did last year for the first time. So again, we still at this point in time recommend the contingency reserve because our contingency reserve is not sustainable and it should be much higher at this time. So the other question I believe Councillor Martin you had was related to some statistics from year over year. And we sent that off to you, I think it was later this morning. And basically in 2017, the turnover rate was 43%. And in 2018, the turnover rate was 32%.
Thanks, Kathy. Page 112 of our report. I'm not sure if that you can actually, this might be more for Shelley. I don't see Aaron on the call here.
Morgan is on, Miss Ballas is on.
Sorry, got it. Hi, Morgan. It reads that we had 6,321 candidates apply to a position, with 1,016 being shortlisted, 738 candidates receiving interviews. From there, HR made 674 offers and hired 283 staff members. Is that normal? Because that seems like there's a large, discrepancy between the offers made and the actual hires that have come through.
We're referring to a COVID time, so we've made many offers to several staff through the recruitment process, and due to changes and people accepting other positions, we have had several declines. So this is an abnormal number for this year.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to bounce back to more policy related questions. So I understand the staff report is encouraging council to give direction to staff to write a policy and come back. So I know that this isn't suggesting what the policy should be, but I read, that this 75% of the gapping savings would be dispersed by CAO approval, and another 25% would be administered by SLT for corporate initiatives. While I don't think that that's a terrible idea, I do really like the idea of council having some ability to decide where some of that goes. And an example from my own personal comments I've made earlier in the year, we didn't pass the $100,000 for the people plan. It'll be nice to see what salary gapping dollars are left and potentially have a discussion if council wishes to attribute some of those gapping dollars to that people plan, because in a roundabout way, then our vacancies and our human resource team is able to take some of that funding and apply it directly back into the corporation concerning the individuals that work for us. So my long-winded question is, does staff think that they're able to incorporate something along those lines where council can still be kept up to speed on the situation of the salary gapping, where it's at, and still have some dialogue with council on how it is used? Because right now, as I read the policy, it's sounding like it would be for staff to determine where it was spent.
Through the chair, if I could start, and then I can certainly pass it to my colleagues, Kathy, Morgan, or even perhaps the CAO would like to chime in. But I think that's the intent in the sort of proposal that staff have put in this report, is that we would bring forward sort of a semi-annual gapping savings report for council. And then should council have any sort of comments or discussion or further direction, we could have those discussions at that time when those semi-annual reports came forward to give an update on gapping to council. But I will certainly defer to any of my colleagues if they have any other comments.
Anything
Okay.
further?
Oops, sorry. Thanks. Through you, Mr. Chair. That would be great, Shelley. As long, I know that staff is capable of recognizing initiatives to spend potential gapping dollars on, but I really do believe in using the salary gapping dollars to invest back in our people here at Norfolk County. And so, should for some reasons staff utilize the other 100% of the funding through the 75% of the CAO discretion and 25% of SLT, it would be a shame if council maybe didn't hear about it. So I would be very pleased to see something in the policy about the semi-annual report for council to dig into a little bit more. But otherwise, those are some unfortunate statistics, and it seems like you're very busy, HR, but thanks Morgan and Aaron for the recruitment that you've done thus far.
Anything further from council? Mayor Chop?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to confirm that number from 2017, Morgan, you said was 43% in 2017? Is that, or Kathy, maybe you read that off. So considering that's fairly consistent with this year, that's rather, I don't want to say impressive is the word, considering it's not, but I think it's interesting during COVID times that it stayed rather consistent over that period of time, given the difficulties that you guys have faced in recruitment. So I know it hasn't been an easy time for HR, not just in Norfolk County, but anywhere recruiting staff these days. So thanks very much.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I read this report, I just wanted to commend the HR staff in particular for all their hard work in filling these positions. It's not easy looking for the right candidate. And is there any idea as to what other municipalities are at with the vacancy turnover?
Through the chair, we actually recently attended our municipal HR meeting, and through that there has been a lot of issues recruiting. So we are not alone in that. Specifically within long-term care seems to be where the highest demand is. But there are many positions throughout all the municipalities that are having difficulties and having discussions about different ideas to help recruit.
In recent months, have you noticed any softening in year 2022 with respect to vacancy turnover?
Through the chair, there's our normal vacancy turnover that we're having through retirements, etc. However, I think we're seeing more so in the sense that we have a lot of temporary positions due to COVID right now. So we're seeing some individuals leaving early. So that's not necessarily helping with our statistics right now, but I don't think it's out of the norm by any means.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanden Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Morgan, this question is for you. Obviously, you gathered statistics when you were doing the recruiting. And once you recruited, you sent out an offer, and then were there more declines, a higher level of declines after that point? Or was it that the people that said they were going to come, they came, but those who said they were going to come and declined, was there a significant number there?
Through the chair, I wouldn't say there's any more significant number than I've seen in the past. There's certain occasions where through the recruitment process, sometimes we're used as an effort to get more wages at their current employer. And I've seen that in some circumstances. But I haven't seen, like, for example, with paramedics, we're very competitive within all of the areas for that. So if someone is offered a location closer to their home, they're going to take that before our offer. So that's the trend more or less that we're seeing.
So that's my point, is do people actually tell you the reasons why? And do you ever put that down as a statistic to say, you know, most people say they leave because they found a position closer to home, or all of a sudden I did some research and I decided no, and I don't want to know those, but I'm just wondering, do you collect those statistics?
Through the chair, we collect those statistics from the point of an exit interview standpoint, but not through the recruitment and we're being declined prior to them coming.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from council? Do we have a mover for staff recommendation? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to staff report CAO 22-045, the Demers Ambulance budget schedule. Al, will you be introducing this report?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to pass it on to Sarah. Sarah's on the line and she will give committee an update.
Thanks, everyone. Through the chair, this report in front of you tonight addresses our ambulance procurement over the next 2 years. Because of the pandemic and other things, we are facing a significant shortage of microchips, electrical components, and of course, the supply chain disruption is definitely affecting our ambulance chassis and the ambulance production worldwide. The delays to these chassis are, of course, then not getting to our factory here in Canada. And so Demers Ambulance, which is a conglomerate company of Demers, Crestline, Braun, and Medics, is the only certified producer of ambulances in Ontario. And they have now told us that there is a 12 to 18 month delay on every ambulance ordered. And at the time of order, we are required to put down a 30% deposit in order to keep our place in the line, so to speak, for our chassis. So what we're asking in this report is for the ability to open capital projects for 2023 and 2024, each of which is a replacement of 2 ambulances each year, in order to order now so that our 2023 vehicles arrive by the end of 2023. And then at the end of the year, put our deposit down for our 2024 vehicles in order to hopefully receive them mid-2024, end of 2024. This was greatly discussed with finance, and we do recognize that we require an increase in our reserve contribution in 2023 in order to ensure that this adjustment that we're asking for today complies with the policy. If there's any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions from council? Seeing none, do we have a mover for staff's recommendation? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Is there any debate on the motion? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Quick and easy. And moving on to staff report CAO 22-053. This is the election sign bylaw, and Al, will you be presenting this one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer to our clerk, who is the expert on elections.
Thank you, through the chair, to council. So the election sign bylaw is before council today. We are looking to bring forward a new bylaw, which is very similar to the existing bylaw that was recently amended for the by-election to extend the sign period just by virtue of a by-election being a different type of election. In reviewing this, I have determined that, you know, a new bylaw would be in order. just to put some, I guess, some clarity into the bylaw around some of the changes in legislation with respect to definitions, as well as just providing some clerical changes. I took the opportunity to also put in a few more restrictive measures with respect to signs. As a clerk and looking at elections, not just municipal elections, this bylaw affects provincial, federal, by-elections, school board elections. And to find a balance between the right for candidates to campaign in a consistent and fair manner and the rights of residents in the community to be able to enjoy visibility on their roads and the aesthetics of their communities and their streets. You know, it's a balance that we have to try to find. So what we've tried to do in this bylaw is just add some, I guess, some clauses in to hopefully eliminate an overabundance of signs, depending on how many candidates run, but still allowing for a lot of area for signage to be put up to campaign purposes. Councillor Van Passen did reach out to me with respect to clause 2.6, just to clarify that there was some verbiage in there on visibility that maybe needed to be defined. So in re-looking at it, I do agree that it could be cleaned up a bit. So what I would just ask, and I'll be open to questions obviously after, is that the sign bylaw be approved as presented with a change to clause 2.6, in which we would eliminate clause B and amend clause C, which would now become clause B, to be on a vehicle that is parked within 100 meters of the entrance to a building in which there is a voting place, unless such land is a residential private property. So to keep it clear and consistent. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions from council.
Are there any Councillor Van Adrishi?
Just thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Teresa. You're saying it's fairly similar, and I've read it through it. What would you say a highlight as a difference from last time to this time in the bylaw?
So in the report itself, I had highlighted all the changes that I made. So if you just give me a second to pull it up.
What page was that?
I'm looking at a different agenda process to you. But so we added in a clause about what an owner meant, not a clause, a definition. We added in the definition of third-party advertiser, as that's a new component that came in 2018. And then I added in a definition of what a voting place is, so that it was made it very clear as to what we define as a voting place. Added in a clause that no person shall place or permit to be placed an election sign in any ward that they are not officially nominated or registered in. So in trying to keep candidates in their wards, keeping their signage there. Adding in a clause that election signage cannot be within the 100 meters of a voting place unless such land is a residential private property. Added in a clause that no person shall place or permit to be placed an election sign within 10 meters of another election sign of the same candidate, so to spread the signage out to avoid.
Could you explain that one? Sorry, that one got away from me.
So that would be if I wanted to put an election sign on a corner, I can only put one, and then I have to go 10 meters to put my next one. So I can't put 10 on a corner.
You don't
and
have to
then
be 10 meters
somebody
from the
else's
election
from my
sign
own.
or whoever. Oh, right. Okay.
There's a clause that you have to have the consent of an owner of private property to put the sign up. And then a couple clauses with respect to not allowing any more than 2 election signs per candidate on any one residential property. Same for third-party advertisers, and no more than 3 signs on non-residential properties. And then the timing, which previously was 30 days before the election. For the by-election, it was extended to 45 days. I've returned that to 30-day provision. So that's a highlight of the changes.
It was 45 days in the by-election, and now it's gone back to 30 days?
Yes, I've moved it back to 30 because that's what we originally had in a regular election. We just extended it for the by-election because a by-election is a different beast altogether. You really want to make sure people understand a by-election is going on. It's not a normal thing. Elections come every 4 years. So I thought it was just smart to be consistent with what we previously had.
So breaking any of these rules, what is the consequence?
So the consequences is that the signage would be removed by county staff. And then there is a charge, a fine that could be laid. But for the majority of the time, the signage is just removed.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Definitely not a hill I want to die on, but I did want to bring it up and see what commentary my colleagues had. Specifically, part 2 caught my eye. No person shall place or permit or to be placed an election sign in any ward that they're not officially nominated or registered in. It's neither here nor there really, but there were consistent family members and friends across Norfolk County, I recall, when I was running, who wanted my sign, and they were certainly not in my ward. And while I didn't plaster signs on road allowances or busy corners, I did give my signs out to family and friends who lived in another town, and I read that and thought, oh, it's kind of an odd thing that we're going to tell people what they can and can't do with a sign on their own private property. So again, not a hill I necessarily need to die on, but I did want to bring that up. I recall family and friends taking signs out of town. So I'd be interested to see what my colleagues think about that. And otherwise, it's a good report. Thanks, Teresa.
Councillor Van Passen, Michelle, then Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pulled this and I talked to the clerk, and some of them were to clarify, like he has mentioned, but I will bring up my other points as questions to staff so she can sort of relay the logic. And the first one I had was that that you shall not, it's section 2.3 of the original, in the original agenda, that you can't place an election sign in a ward that you're not nominated in. I think that's just overreach, you know, like if I want to go put a ward or an election sign in Houghton, why can't I do that? You know, like, and as Councillor Martin said, that I think there was one of your signs out on my place on Radical Road at last election, because it's just a nice location, you know, and I know I had some on Hillcrest Road, even that's in Simcoe, it's not in Ward 4, but people were asking for them and it's right next door. So again, I just don't think that we need that clause in there. That's just overreach. The next one I had was 3.4, that no person shall place or permit to be placed an election sign within 10 meters of another election sign. Now again, you're out in the rustic countryside, you got a T intersection, you put 2 of them like that because they save signs, right? They're expensive, so you can see it both ways, all the way down the road. So again, what difference does it make? I think the point is what you don't want, which we saw every once in a while where somebody puts like a whole row of signs all 5 feet apart. That personally, I think it makes it look silly, but again, is that overreach? Or are we just trying to fix a problem that doesn't really exist? The next one is item 4.2. That no more than 2 election signs on a residential property, but 4.2D or C is no more than 3 election signs on one private property other than residential. Now, I know last time I had more than 3 signs on my farm, but that is over 2 kilometers of road frontage. So, but I'm not allowed to do that. You know, I talked to the clerk about this. Maybe, you know, it makes sense in the urban zones or even in the hamlet zones, but the rustic countryside, you can have a rather large property that could probably fit more than 3 signs, and it's not going to look out of place and it's not going to clutter the neighborhood. But those were my other ones, and I think, you know, the mayor, if the clerk could explain the logic behind her choices, and then later on, maybe we could debate whether council agrees that they should be in or should not be in. Thank you.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to comment on Councillor Martin's question about 2.3 about the election signs out of your ward. And again, this is not a huge issue, but you know, I have found, and maybe it's because of my educational background, we're trying to engage voters and engage participants, and putting, one candidate's sign from another ward into another ward, just to add to a little bit of confusion and perhaps some frustration. Oh, you know, I don't get this. That guy's name's not even on the list, and might even, frankly, I don't know. Again, not a big issue for me. I don't have any trouble with yes or no on this, but, you know, might explain. I don't know if anybody else has had this phenomena, but, you know, the number of people in Simcoe who live in Simcoe who told me they voted for me, you know, I have to say, you know, well, thank you very much, but I don't think they did. And I would add, I didn't put up any signs here.
And just a reminder, we are asking questions of staff at this point. If we'd like to debate, someone put a motion on the floor. Councillor Huffman.
Yeah, I'm ready to debate, so put a motion on the floor.
We'll go to Linda for a question, Councillor Vanden Driesche for a question, and then put that motion out there.
The idea of a signage, is it not incorrect, or is there a provincial law that says you can't take a how does that go? If you were in Oxford County, you can't put signage out for someone running in Norfolk. Am I correct in saying that?
Through the chair to Councillor Vanden Driesche, that would be through the, there would be restrictions from the other county in having that in there, yes.
Yeah, so the other county can come to that resident, say you have to remove that sign because that signage is not running in. That's the way it works, right? Okay. So I thought that was the only one. I didn't realize there was ours.
Councillor Columbus.
Yeah.
So in the provincial election, do I hear that they, as candidates, would have to adhere to this same bylaw? And if so, should it be ran by their office to find out what they think, if in fact that's the case?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, yes, the selection sign bylaw, as in the majority, if not all municipalities, applies to all elections, so federal, provincial, and municipal. I guess that's a decision of council. In the municipalities I've worked in, we've never consulted with the province and federal government on where their signage should go. We've, I guess, always taken the stance that the signage is a municipal matter, and it's really based on providing equity to candidates, but also being mindful of residents and the community needs.
Because I can see where some of them would have similar concerns as what Councillor Van Passen has raised.
All right, at this point, I think we are looking for a motion on the floor.
Through the chair, I believe Councillor Huffman moved the motion. It just needs.
Okay, looking for a seconder. For staff's recommendation, was that Councillor Huffman? Yeah, seconder for staff's recommendation. Councillor Michelle has seconded it. All right. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put forth an amendment to the motion. Well, it's going to be exactly what I said before, that item 2.3 be deleted and the rest of those items be renumbered accordingly. And that is that you cannot place a sign in the ward you're not nominated. And item 3.4, that is the line that you can't put an election sign within 10 meters of another election sign, same candidate, be deleted, and the other numbers be adjusted accordingly. And item 4.3 and 4.2 C and D be deleted, and those are the that you can't put more than 3 election signs on one private property other than residential. Now A and B can stay, that 2 signs on a residential property, but it's other properties like a agricultural property that are a little bit larger. So I'd put those be deleted and the other section be renumbered accordingly. If there is a seconder out there.
Is that a friendly amendment, or do you want a seconder? All right, and it's okay with you as a seconder? Tom, sorry, Councilor Michelle, that's okay with you as a seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I should ask the clerk, what if a member of council is not happy with one of the friendly amendments? Can they address that?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelle. So what I would suggest is, friendly amendments are great and all, they're not processed, but if the friendly amendment is going to change to different pieces, then I would suggest that we just put an amendment on the floor and we vote on that amendment and do it backwards to the motion. If the friendly amendment that was put forward is accepted as is, then, I can live with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In that event, then I'm content.
Right, so we have the friendly amendment on the floor. Is there any further debate on the motion as amended? Seeing none, Teresa, could we just hear what you have down, just so we make sure it was what was said?
Yeah, no problem. I had it ready before the meeting.
Perfect.
That staff report CAO 22053 regarding the election sign bylaw 2022 be received as information. That clause 2.6 be amended to read, no person shall erect an election sign, poster, or placard that refers to an election within 100 meters of a voting place unless such land is a residential private property on a vehicle that is parked within 100 meters of the entrance to building in which there is a voting place unless such land is a residential private property, and that clauses 2.3, 3.4, 4.2 C and D be removed and the numbering within the bylaw be adjusted accordingly, and further that council approve the election sign bylaw as amended.
Thank you. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to notices of motion. Councillor Huffman, would you like to read your notice of motion?
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Yes. I would like to put forth a notice of motion, the subject being Waterford Land Use Planning Framework. Whereas there is expected growth, development, and change anticipated in Waterford, therefore be it resolved that a project regarding a review of the land use planning framework, a Waterford plan, be referred to the 2023 budget and divisional business plan priorities for consideration. There are, as you know, many developments in the queue, and I think we need to be prepared, and we can't just continue to kind of look at things as one-offs, and we need to have a plan in place for our lovely community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Do any other members of council wish to introduce a notice of motion at this time? Seeing none. On to general announcements. Any member of staff have a general announcement? Anyone online? Just raise your hand. Not seeing that. Councillor Huffman?
Yes, I have. It's kind of a general announcement, business-ish related. As many people may know that today I had intended to bring forth a notice of motion in regards to hoop greenhouses. So I just wanted to update people in regards to that. In response to community requests and resident concerns, I was going to bring forward a notice of motion today requesting that staff take additional action concerning ongoing illegal cannabis growing operations and enforcement. In discussions with staff, I was made aware that staff are preparing a report scheduled to come forward to committee in May, highlighting some of the concerns and actions staff plan to take. I look forward to working with staff and developing recommendations for council's consideration that will help keep our community safe and further eliminate illegal grow operations in Norfolk County. Thank you. And I just had one more thing I just wanted to bring forward. And this is a fun thing. This Saturday, April 16th, at the Waterford Heritage Agricultural Museum is their annual Easter egg extravaganza. It starts at it opens at 10:30. The egg hunt starts at 11 a.m. There's over 5,000 chocolate eggs to be found, plus a chance to win prizes. Admission is $5 per child under the age of 12, and to remember your own basket. And it's a blast, and it's nice to be able to have these things back in our community after the hiatus that we've had. So I encourage everyone to attend and support this event.
Sounds like a ton of fun. Councillor Vandendriessche.
Thank you. Just make a general announcement in the fact that the Langton Community Center is now open. We're very pleased to hear that, but I would like to extend an appreciation to our staff that's had to put up with me and my phone calls, continuous phone calls over the lack of completion, but it is complete now. So thank you, Bill, for everything you've done for me.
Is there anything further for, Councillor Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as this is traditionally known as the spring cleaning season, I just want to remind members of the public that if they have any bulky items that they would like to have picked up, that they can contact Service Norfolk and arrange a time for those bulky items to be picked up and get rid of their junk. Thank you.
That's what I was going to say. Councillor Columbus.
Just to mention that the Delhi BIA is also hosting a store-to-store Easter egg hunt on Saturday. I don't know the exact hours, but what it is the BIA secures a quantity of candy that's distributed amongst the businesses, and then the children can go to the various stores and pick up their candy.
Thank you. And Councillor Michelli.
Also, I just want to mention that for those, just to not be outdone by Councillor Huffman, there is an Easter egg hunt in Port Rowan on Saturday. And it is at the Port Rowan Public School, and it is for ages, all the way up to 12. The hunt begins at 11 a.m. sharp on Saturday. Thank you.
That also sounds fun. Councillor Rabbits.
All right, thank you. Through you. I don't have an Easter egg hunt to announce, but our local Rotary organization is organizing a Great Lakes cleanup on Saturday as well. So perhaps after you engage in some Easter egg hunting, you might want to head down to your local park, trail system, or waterway and pick up some garbage. A number of service clubs have joined in on this activity, so look out for some volunteers in the trails and in our local parks. The Rotary isn't accepting any volunteers at this time due to COVID-19, trying to limit large crowds. But in the same breath, we've got Earth Day coming up next week, and it'd be good to get a head start on spring cleaning and some of our green spaces. Thank you.
Anything from staff? We're on to closed session. All right. Teresa, would you read the reason we're heading into closed?
Through the chair, we'll need a mover and a seconder that committee enter into closed session at 6:13 p.m. to discuss Ward 5 lease renewal pursuant to Section 239(2)K of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.
Do we have a mover? Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Van Den Driesche. All those in favor? Perfect. Just need a second there.
Through the chair, I would just ask if we could have a 2-minute break. We can stay here. I am just going to ask that any staff
from aviation to firefighting to design engineering, manure. We have a very diverse set of magazines that we produce. I'm the production manager and I oversee the creative department in 2 divisions in Simcoe and in Toronto. We have 14 designers that lay out and design the magazines. When I started in this industry probably 26 years ago, where everything was hand done. Now everything's so automated, done on the computers, and that's probably been the biggest change for me.
My name's Phil Wiersma and I work for Rasson Services. We're an industrial contracting company, so we do some custom fabrication and mechanical and electrical installations and repairs. We've built large pump skids for the oil sands out west. We've done some major factory overhauls and expansions. We do some fairly large jobs for a fairly small company. I've always liked to take things apart and put them back together, and so this is just another stepping stone.
My name is John Brock Picard. I'm 20 years old and I work at Ramblin' Road Brewery Farm. Here we make 8 different kinds of Picard's Extreme kettle chips. It's all on one line. The potatoes come in from the farm and we put them in through the hopper. They get cleaned and they go through a grading table where I inspect them and cut off all the rotten spots, pick out the bad ones. And then they go through up to the cutter. They're cut into kettle chip size and they're fried and salted. I guess the best part about my job would be the sampling. When the fresh potato chips come off the line, nothing beats them.
I think young people should be strongly considering a career in manufacturing. Skilled trades There's always going to be a large demand for that, and they're high-paying jobs. The actual job is getting better as the new technologies come into play.
The skills you need to do my job would be definitely graphic design, computer skill. If you have any kind of video or inclination to do video or any of that kind of stuff, or web design, that's also a huge asset for what we do.
I would say if you like to take things apart and put things back together, or build things from scratch, or if you have even a creative mind, manufacturing is a good way to go.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people that live in Norfolk. People that are passionate, people that are involved in their community, people that bring a lot of positivity. This is about story and conversation. Join us for the second guest. Welcome to episode 2 of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions, learn about people, get some connections. I'm here with Carrie today.
Thank you for having me.
I've been chatting with you and I got to know you a little bit more, but for folks that don't know you, maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Carrie Bokenholt. I live here in Waterford. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm married. I got 2 kids, and I just love the community.
Mm-hmm. From our conversation today, there's a lot of the community word showed up quite a few times. So
I'm a believer of, you know, when I moved into Waterford, I thought, wow, it's, you know what, if we get involved, then you learn so much more and you meet so many different people. I mean, people that I know if I wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yes. So I asked you to pick a location, Carrie, and so tell us where we are and why you picked it.
I picked the Waterford Heritage Agriculture Museum, WHAM, because in a couple summers we will be building our skateboard park here. So it's kind of a let's do a little fun. Not that I wear the shirt or anything, but yes, this will be our future location on the other side.
Talking about passion and passionate people, what do you think your passion is?
My passion is youth. I love kids. You know what? There's no such thing as a bad kid. Kids make bad decisions. And as the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And I truly believe that, you know what? We give kids, that opportunity and show them that we support them and that, that we're there for them and they'll make the right decisions.
I made a stop at her business. She has a business downtown Waterford, and I was seeing that your family works there, your friends, your best friend is...
My best friend is with me. Both best friends, yes.
So this tight-knit community feel is really important.
When I was given my dream and somebody said to me, here, I'll help you, create your dream. And I thought, okay, karma. So this is somebody saying to me, it's my opportunity to use this to give back. If I have a restaurant, nobody should be hungry. I want kids to feel like they can come in and say, I need something or I need a drink or, whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years and the kids that I trained 30 years ago still come back to find me. And they come back and they tell me what they've been doing. And I guess the biggest thing is people don't realize sometimes the simplest thing can change a kid's life.
It is a ripple effect, don't you think?
It is, you know what? And I mean, so I get to see their, I feel old when I start seeing them coming with their kids. And I start seeing, that they've gone through and they're going to university or they're doing this or they've done this or done that. And it makes me feel like, I had a piece of that. You know, just by being involved in their life, maybe I made a little bit of a difference.
So you're an entrepreneur, you're super involved in your community, you're a mom, you have a lot on the go. So if I ask you what do you do to de-stress and let go?
I like to go to the gym. I like to, you know, boot camp, yoga. I try to take, you know, a few hours a week for me.
Yes.
And it's just about me. And I honestly think anybody who's really busy, I think needs to learn. It took me 48 years to figure it out. But
never too late.
Never too late. As I said, I can go to the gym and I can be having the world's hardest day and
Welcome back, and may I have a motion to reconvene an open session at 18:21? Councillor Rabbits, Councillor Van Passen, all those in favor? Thank you. Teresa, will you read the motion coming out of closed for me?
Yes, through the chair. I will need a mover and seconder that report CS 22 CO4 confidential report Ward 5 lease renewal be received as information, and that staff be directed to execute a lease renewal agreement with Pattison Outdoor Advertising LLP as per the terms as set out in the report.
I believe we had Councillor Rabbits moving that and Councillor Huffman seconding that. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. We have moved on. May I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.